Good evening, everybody. Happy Saturday night. Hope everybody's had a peaceful and positive day, peaceful and positive weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me earlier today when we had Typically Unique on the show. Appreciate them, their time. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sorry, my green screen is not digging the neon yellow hoodie, so I might be kind of swooping in and out, Getting used to it, right? But I'm loving this creepy house right behind me. Good evening, everybody. We're gonna start off the show here. I'm gonna say hello here in a minute, but we've been kind of talking about, the HVAC and the Washington Plate Cowboys and all of these different things. And as I was doing my prep today for the show tonight, I always come across these little gems, and I came across the Court TV video from January 7th when they were taking everything out of the house, if you remember that. Just shortly after the PCA came out. So we'll see. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I was like, you know what? We should go back and watch that. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help out. What's up, DS? Oh, no. StreamYard must have got rid of some comments, so I apologize if I didn't say hi and you had already typed something in the chat earlier. What's up, Melissa? DS Lulu. There's Kelly Miller. Hello. Caddy. Katrina, thank you for being in the show earlier. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out earlier when we had Typically Unique on. What's up, Butterfly Kisses? We're going to be having more parts after this. It was a great show. I can't wait to have them back on again. There they are. What's up, Typically Unique? Thank you so much. And definitely follow Say It Girl on Twitter, too, for these awesome animations and banners. Yeah, it was a great show. Thank you so much. Can't wait. I can't wait to do part 2. I kind of imagine we'll have a multi-show series, I think, because maybe once a month we can get together, just chit chat. What's up, Moonvale? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Yes, it was a good show. Thank you so much for your time. Oh, I felt bad. It's StreamYard, but it's all good. I'm used to ad-libbing on the fly, What's up, Nina? Thank you for hopping in. It was all good. Yes, thank you so much. It's what they wanted me to have. Sorry, I've been trying to mess with the lighting here because I kept disappearing on my screen today. I was like, dang, I gotta do something with the lighting. So I don't know. The lighting's got a lot more shadows than I'm used to. I don't know. What's up, Doodlebug? Thank you for hopping in. I just got to figure out this lighting thing. When I figure out the lighting thing, it'll be a lot better. What's up, JC Marty? How you doing tonight? Boom. So yeah, we're gonna get into that Court TV episode. January 7th. Let's see here. Streamed on January 7th. New evidence removed from the Idaho house? It'd be kind of interesting. It's like, it's always good to go back and rewatch these things sometimes. You kind of pick up on shit you kind of missed before. So, All right, we're going to get into that here real quick. Turn the music down. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out. We're going to start the show. Get that turned down.
4 University of Idaho students were brutally murdered. Surveillance cameras in the neighborhood captured crucial video which led to the arrest of the suspect. That video shows a white Hyundai Elantra passing by the victim's home several times before parking. Tonight, we return to the scene of the crime to retrace the path to gain a clearer understanding of how and when the killer entered the home.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us here on Closing Arguments. I want to begin tonight by talking about evidence. And let's begin with what many people consider the gold.
I've never seen Vinny with a navy blue tie on. Never once. I've seen him with pastel blue, pastel pink, pastel purple, gray. I've never seen navy blue. I don't remember navy blue. Mark it in the book.
Old standard in criminal cases, DNA.
Navy blue.
DNA is great evidence, but it does have some limitations. We know DNA can put a suspect, a criminal, at the scene of a crime, but it's always circumstantial evidence. It doesn't prove the case. It's not direct evidence of the crime, but you can put that criminal at the scene of the crime. So it's very powerful, but has limitations. Because if you obtain DNA at the scene of a crime and you have it on a murder weapon or some blood that's on the ground, whatever form you have it in, that's fantastic. But you've got to find the source. So you have to compare it to some other DNA.
That's right, Vinny.
And if the suspect you're looking for is not in the DNA database,
you create it. That's come on, Vinny, say it. Is he gonna say it? Is he gonna say you create it? Is he gonna say you send it to a cold case laboratory where they patch it? What's up, Vinny? Tell us. What's up?
There'll be no match. There's no match. If that suspect hasn't been arrested before, hasn't put their DNA into the system or had their DNA placed into the system, then you've got DNA, but you've got no match. So, you've got so many unsolved cases like that. You have the DNA, but the person's never been caught doing anything, and they're not on 23andMe.
Thank you for hopping in.
That's why you need a suspect, someone to compare the DNA to. So you need other evidence. So I said, DNA is great, but has its limitations in solving a crime. Now, cell phones. These days, great evidence, digital footprints, what people are saying and doing and texting on their cell phones, amazing insight into the mind of a suspect, into the mind of a criminal. You know what they're thinking, what they're doing, what they're saying. You can also track where they are if they have their cell phone. But there are some limitations. First thing is you could turn your cell phone off. All right, you're gonna go commit a crime. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm not gonna have it on when I go to commit this crime. That way, they'll never track me there. Or you can leave your cell phone at home. We had a criminal defendant in a death penalty case who did that. Left his cell phone at home and used that as his alibi. Investigators found his burner phone, though.
That's what I'm saying, right? Dude studies forensic based. I'm gonna forget my phone, and then when I forget my phone to leave it at home, then I'm gonna shut it off en route. I'm not gonna turn around. I'm not gonna take it back home. I'm not gonna put it on YouTube autoplay. Is that why they denied the internship request? Is that why? Because they were like, son, you didn't even know to not take your phone when you went grocery shopping. Is that why they denied it? Come on. The dude was an exceptional student. You think he's going to fumble it? That's like forgetting to put your foot on the brake before you put the car in reverse. I'm going to fumble it. It's as easy as you knowing you need to put your damn foot on the brake before you put the stick in reverse. He forgot. Oh my God. I'm sorry. This shit's just funny.
We had a criminal defendant in a death penalty case who did that. Left his cell phone at home and used that as his alibi. Investigators found his burner phone, though.
Yeah, Koberger
He was convicted. But again, cell phones, absolutely amazing evidence, but has some limitation. How about surveillance cameras? There are no buts about cameras. None. And
because I've done showed you guys for the longest freaking time. I've done taking your Google guy up and down that road since freaking December. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, and October. There's cameras everywhere. Okay, some of them may not be recording. But the dude drove all over. What the hell is up with my sweater, man? Sorry if it's bugging you guys out. The dude drove. What is going on? The dude drove all over the city in both. Ain't no plate. Come on now. What the fuck is going on with my hoodie here? I have a completely different background. I don't understand why it's bugging out like this.
And the reason I say that is the camera
Hey, if it gets crazy, I'll change my damn hoodie, all right? I'm not down with this.
shows you what it shows you. You can see it happen. If there's a surveillance camera that shows and records the crime, that is direct evidence. Better than an eyewitness. Better than an eyewitness, because you don't have to, you don't have to rely upon someone's memory. You just roll the video. Take a look. Who is it? What does it show? What did they do? Where did they go? When were they there?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic evidence when you have it. Now, in some cases, it may not be the direct evidence of the case because it may not show you the crime itself. But it may show you where someone is at a particular time, or where a car is, where someone is walking, when they were walking. Just like DNA, surveillance video can place you at or near the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. The great thing about surveillance video comes with a timestamp as well. DNA, not so much. Now, in this case, in Idaho, investigators have put all of these different types of evidence together and pieced it together and revealed it to us and to the defendant in the probable cause affidavit that outlined part of their case. The evidence that they believe proves that this defendant committed a quadruple murder in Moscow, Idaho on November 13th. Videos, cell phone, DNA, timestamps, very, very specific timestamps. And Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter took that probable cause affidavit, put it all together,
Thank you, Lulu.
and lays out the prosecution's timeline.
The family of the victims and millions around the country have frantically searched for clues about what happened on the night Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were brutally murdered. The probable cause affidavit provides some answers. It lays out a timeline of what prosecutors say happened during those early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. At 2 a.m., all the roommates are home after a night out. Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, is also at the house. The address is 1122 King Road. At 2:47 a.m., Brian Koberger's cell phone allegedly shows he's traveling south through Pullman, Washington. And right then, the phone stops, reporting to the cell network.
Yeah. Forgot to... Oh, shit! I forgot to shut my phone off. Like I said, it's like forgetting to put your foot on the brake before you put the car in reverse. I mean, think about it, y'all. Think about it.
The address is...
And
1122 King Road. At 2:47 a.m., Brian Koberger's cell phone
he must have had a lot on his mind. I don't know.
Allegedly shows he's traveling south through Pullman, Washington. And right then, the phone stops, reporting to the cell network. The affidavit states police obtained numerous surveillance videos from homes and businesses that capture a white sedan on November 13th. It's 3:26 a.m. when video captures what police say is Koberger's 2015 white Hyundai Elantra traveling westbound on Indian Hills Drive. This is 5 minutes from the victim's home. Starting at 3:29 a.m., home surveillance videos caught multiple sightings of that same car passing through the King Road neighborhood. Around 4 a.m. is when surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen wakes up to the sounds of what she believes is Kaylee Gonsalves in the room directly above her playing with her dog. Dylan says a short time later she heard who she thought was Kaylee say, "There's someone here." Dylan looks out the door of her bedroom and doesn't see anyone. At 4:04 a.m., Koberger's vehicle returns to...
Thought and assume. Like I said, if somebody else is upstairs hiding in that other bedroom closet, they come out, they got to play with the puppy because they don't want the puppy to freak out. Come on, Hoodie. This is fucking nuts. Look at this. I don't understand. It's a completely different color. It's like, zio. It's going to drive me nuts. I might have to go switch. But like I said, if somebody was upstairs, hiding in the closet, had to play with the puppy, so the puppy didn't start freaking out and barking. It was a playful puppy. Then who downstairs is going to be like, oh gosh, that must be a complete stranger playing with the puppy upstairs. No, you're not ever going to think that unless you know somebody that you don't know is already in your property. You're going to assume it's the roommate playing with the puppy, because why else would you assume anything else? So when it comes to playing with the puppy and I think somebody's here. Yes, I think somebody's here was probably them. Playing with the puppy? I don't know so much. I still wonder about that upstairs bedroom. I still wonder if that's where somebody was hiding. Came out of the closet, had to play with the puppy, and go over to the room next door. I don't know. You can assume. Because why would you assume it's anybody else other than a roommate? That's all.
to this area for the fourth time. It turns on Queen Street here, moving eastbound past the crime scene in this direction. Past these apartment complexes, police say surveillance video picks up that white car making a turn. Then the vehicle heads back this direction towards the crime scene. At 4:12 a.m., Xana is using the TikTok app on her phone. At an unknown time, Dylan Mortensen here
Assumed it's Xana. Not for sure. We don't know. It could be. Probably is. Do we know for sure? No.
hears what she believes to be crying coming from Xana Kernodle's bedroom. She opens her bedroom door for a second time, sees nothing, but hears a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At about 4:17 a.m., a security camera from this residence picks up distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper, a loud thud, and a dog barking.
Okay. That's in the PCA, right? It's in the PCA.
But here's a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At about 4:17 a.m., a security camera from this residence picks up distorted audio of what sounds like voices or a whimper, a loud thud, and a dog barking.
Okay, and this is one thing I gotta ask. This is one thing I gotta ask, right? If this can pick up a thud and a whimper, then how in the hell did the sounds not travel in the house? If this camera can pick up thud and whimper, how in the hell did nobody not know what the fuck was going on? Now, I'm not saying that this camera really recorded the sounds from the crime. But what I'm saying is if it did, how in the How? How do you not? Because if the exterior walls are that shitty, I'm telling you right now, the interior walls are even shittier.
The affidavit states that at some point, Dylan opens her door for a third time to look because she hears crying. This time, she sees a man in black clothing with a mask covering his mouth and nose. It's 4:20 a.m. when surveillance video again allegedly captures Koberger's vehicle. This time, it's seen leaving the area, driving away at a high speed.
They have this timeline down. It seems investigators have put this all together. You need to do it in this case. You absolutely need to. And it looks like they are there. If everything that's in that affidavit, they can bring inside that courtroom. Right now, let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter, joins us tonight outside of the crime scene. She's in Moscow, Idaho tonight. Chanley, great job putting all that together. My understanding is there was some more action today at the house behind you, the scene of these 4 murders. What was going on?
Yeah, Vinny, we arrived here. We were going to compile some new video and content for your show this evening, and all of a sudden, about half a dozen vehicles, mostly pickup trucks, showed up right here where I'm standing. They took down the crime scene tape and then one by one meticulously pulled into this driveway behind me. Right now, there's the private security guard company guarding the house, but here's a video of what they were doing. We observed them putting in the first things, these mattresses into the back of the pickup trucks, taking out bags of potential evidence like that. You see them putting into the back of the trucks, and also boxes, as well as wrapped items. You know, they would take brown paper material, wrap items that look kind of like stools or side tables or nightstands, that kind of thing, trying to cover some of the evidence up. Potentially, maybe there could be some biological blood type, what we presume maybe to be some blood on some of this type of evidence. So they were trying to shield it. There's a red cover on that piece of item you see there. Shield it from the media standing around the border of the crime scene. They spent several minutes here. I'd probably say around 30 minutes going in and out of the home before they pulled off here, where we could get a better look at kind of what they were putting in the trunk there in that video as they drove past me here. But it's interesting. They're mostly the Idaho State Police investigators. These are some of the same familiar faces I've been seeing here at this crime scene, Vinny, for weeks. When we were here back on week 1 of this investigation, I was noticing especially this investigator in the blue shirt and some of these familiar faces here again today. And this is again activity here at this home after they halted the remediation, the cleanup of this crime scene a week ago today on defense motion, and the judge entering an order preserving this crime scene to at least February 1st. That was a new document unsealed today that we learned about. And so now it's interesting to see the investigators coming back and collecting more items here at the scene when they have not been here, Vinny, for quite a while, especially after the arrest.
So, but the defense has been inside that home, right? The defense and defense and their investigator?
The day he was arrested.
That's right. When we were here on the ground, I believe it was Tuesday, the defense attorney, the court-appointed defense attorney, public defender from Kootenai County, Ann Taylor, was here. She went into this home for quite a while. She had a defense investigator with her who spent most of the day here inside the home. So, again, the court granting them the right to stop this, to preserve the scene. So they had the opportunity to come in here, do their own investigation, preserve this so that could be complete and preserve the defendant's rights. And so they have been here even before Coburg was actually back in the state, Benny.
And one final follow-up on that. So is it clear today whether this was the removal of personal items to be, or the remediation, and they're going to clean it out for the owner to perhaps try to relet or do whatever they're going to do with this house?
Was one of my initial thoughts. But if you remember last Friday when the remediation or the cleanup crew was here at the home, it was a private company. These are the actual investigators. These are these crime scene investigators who were here day 1, taking evidence, dusting fingerprints with the CSI crews, Vinny. So this seems like this was evidence, potential evidence taken, not just cleanup. And if we look at there is the mattress cover, like a white fitted sheet over the mattress, but you can see darker spots on there. Maybe this is the actual mattress. We don't know for sure, but it would be, I would think, this private company, it was just for the cleanup and removing of personal items. But these are the actual people who've been there taking evidence out of the house. So that was interesting, Vinny.
Fascinating. All right, Charlie Painter, stand by. Let's bring in our investigator joining us tonight in Madison, Mississippi, retired FBI agent, expertise in electronic surveillance, aerial surveillance, and cyber investigations. Jose Orench is with us. Jose, great to see you tonight. Thanks so much for joining us. What's your take on what was happening today at the house with the Idaho State Police there removing, it seemed like, mattresses, headboards, etc.?
Hi, Vinny, and thank you for having me. It's kind of hard to, or not hard, but it's something you don't really want to speculate on what they're doing. But my take on it would be that in the investigation that they're conducting, they may have found additional evidence, whether it's through interviews or other technical sources of information, that have led them to believe that there is additional evidence that is still in the rooms that they need to go through to follow up on the leads that they've developed so far in your additional leads that they have developed in the investigation.
So let's talk about
you,
the timeline that investigators have put together here now as well.
Thank you, Nicola, for that prickly pear guy with the love kisses. I appreciate that.
It seems like very specific,
appreciate
a lot of timestamps. They're using information from the cell phones. They're using surveillance video, putting it all together. To me, in the time that I've been covering trials, this is the biggest change in the world of investigations, is that everything seems so much more precise, and it seems like investigators are getting a better idea of where and when suspects are because of this new type of evidence.
Yeah, that's correct. So after reviewing the affidavit, what I did was I kind of broke it down into 7 investigative milestones. Or in important different chain of events, things that the investigators came up with in order to develop that probable cause affidavit.
Interesting.
Number one, they did the initial interviews conducted at the location at the crime scene, and that initial interview allows them to establish a timeline and more or less narrow down when they think the murders occurred. Subsequent to obtaining that information, now that they have a timeline, they narrow down a time frame of what kind of video footage they would be interested in, and that's when they do their video canvas, which is done to corroborate timelines and to generate new leads. That was probably the most time-consuming, would be my guess, of part of this investigation, depending on how wide that footprint of video cameras that they canvassed was. When you're first looking at video cameras from nearby areas of a crime scene, you don't know what you're looking for. So everything has to be reviewed in real time. And this takes up a lot of law enforcement resources. Once they narrow down the interest in this white Elantra, that makes things a little quicker because there is software that will allow you to, speed up through cameras and speed up time to get to points where parts or this entire vehicle is seen on the cameras. So that was step 2. Number 3 is once they've identified that white Elantra, they were able to locate the vehicle at the apartments at Washington State University, and that allowed them to identify the owner. Once the owner of that vehicle was identified, they were able to determine that this owner matched the description of what that the eyewitness gave of the person they saw walking through the house that night.
Jose, let me just cut you off there for 1 second, Jose. I got to sneak in a quick break, and then we'll hear the rest of your analysis. This is fascinating. Appreciate it. Jose Arench staying with us. Chanley Painter still in Moscow. Plus, coming up next hour.
This is fascinating. Benny, just stop lying, man.
I got to sneak in a quick break, and then we'll hear the rest of your analysis. This is fascinating. Appreciate it. Jose Arench staying with us. Chanley Painter still in Moscow. Plus, coming up next hour.
Okay, buddy.
On the dock.
Yeah. This new technology, this new way of having evidence. Yeah, you can also freaking piece together a whole bunch of shit too. Make it sound bigger than what it is. And then, you got to provide that shit. And then what happens? Oh no.
That's Hoodie's driving me nuts. This probable cause affidavit, incredible information in here. Let's go straight out to Chanley Painter, who's in Moscow, Idaho, outside of the crime scene tonight. Chanley, we learned a lot in this affidavit about the movements of the suspect vehicle just before the murders.
We really did. The authorities collecting surveillance video in this neighborhood where I'm standing right now surrounding this crime scene. They call it the King Street neighborhood. And they denote the movements of that white Hyundai Elantra they've allegedly connected to Brian Kohberger and his cell phone movements at 3:29 a.m. the morning of November 13th. So this is what the affidavit says. The sightings on these multiple camera videos in this neighborhood show what they call suspect vehicle 1, making an initial 3 passes by this house, 1122 King Road, and then leave via Walenta Drive. Here's a map. Now, we don't know how he actually arrived here to King and Queen Road you see there, whether it's by Walenta Drive, the way he left, according to this affidavit, or Taylor Avenue, where the University of Idaho campus borders. But this gives you a depiction of what this King and Queen Road would look like and how he would pass through in front of this crime scene home into the apartments, turn around at the dead end, and come back. But that's what we learned, that there were 3 passes starting at 3:29 a.m. Vinny, before the affidavit says that he actually would go into this home. Here's video of a car passing the home where I'm standing. This is that road right in front of the house here that would go eastbound on Queen Road, even though this address is King Road. It's a little confusing there, but this is eastbound towards the dead end apartment buildings here, where he would have then turned around and come back down. But that's a view from this home to the road in front of it with the car passing by in the front. Here's inside the vehicle view. So this is us driving from King Road to Queen Road. And again, on the right side, you will start to see the crime scene come up on the right side. So this is the view driving eastbound on Queen Road towards the dead end. Queen Road. And again, on the right side, you will start to see the crime scene come up on the right side. So this is the view driving east.
Oh my gosh, StreamYard. This is okay. Well, I was telling y'all a little short story about this road here. Number 1. Yeah, freaking StreamYard. I don't know why it was muted. I don't know how long it was muted for either. That sucks. So I was talking for a minute. Thank you, Lulu. What's up, Dawn Marie? Bunch of bullshit. Freaking muted. Look at it. Muted. I'm sitting there talking. All right. So I was saying, look, they got cars parked on both sides. Imagine this road. It's the decline. It's all wobbly. Imagine that road during a snowstorm with ice underneath the snow. Trying to drive down that road. I can't imagine. And what doesn't make sense to me is this house back here wasn't even there. This was all trees. That was all trees a couple years ago. So I don't get the whole road thing. I mean, that's skinny. That's a tight fit.
So this is us driving from King Road to Queen Road. And again, on the right.
And they still got the ring camera up there too, if you saw it. It's still up there.
Passing by in the front. Here's inside the vehicle view. So this is us driving from King Road to Queen Road.
Whoa. Trying to go slow here. Yeah, you can see it right there, right next to the door. I don't know. That's supposed to hear a thump and a whimper coming around the corner. That's supposed to hear Thank you. Thank you for the sub, Sue. That's supposed to. Thank you for the sub, Little Devil. That's supposed to. You're supposed to hear those sounds coming through the house, around the corner, and in front of the front door. A whimper and a thud. A whimper and a thud. I can see it hearing a whimper and a thud from this house. From this house right here. I still don't know about from back there all the way around in between two buildings up and around to the front door. I just don't know. I think it's just a convenient piece that was put there to add a couple more sprinkles on top of the ice cream. I still don't see it. I don't know. It's just me, maybe.
From King Road to Queen Road. And again, on the right side, you will start to see the crime scene come up on the right side. So this is the view driving eastbound on Queen Road towards the dead-end apartment buildings. And on the right, you're going to see here the crime scene home. This is all the investigators' vehicles that were here earlier today collecting those mattresses and boxes. And you would continue on, of course.
I just don't. It's got to be from one of the other houses. It has to. I don't know.
Going straight to turn around and come back. But that's a view of what passing by this home would be. And then again, this is video collected from these neighboring homes in this area, pinpointing this white Hyundai Elantra that they say Brian Koberger was driving starting at 3:29 a.m., making these passing drive-bys, Vinny.
Quick question, because I don't want to get to the rest of this as well. As you drive past and you see those windows, which floors are that? Which bedrooms do you see as you're doing that pass by? Because if this car is casing the joint to see if anyone's awake, whose windows are you seeing?
Absolutely. So there's one way in and one way out of this road. So this is the only way in to this home, what you're looking at right now. Again, moving eastbound on Queen Road, you're going to see the house come up on the right side here. And what you're going to see is you're going to see first the front door of the home. It's going to be hard because there's going to be all the law enforcement vehicles in front of the home, but you have the first floor with the front door where they're going in and out, and that would be one of the roommates, Bethany, on that floor. The second floor, if we have the front of the home, the second floor, the right window on the second floor would be Xana Kernodle's room, where Xana and Ethan would be. The left second floor window, I can even show you here behind me. You can see it. It's dark here on the second floor. That is the living room area of this home, where the first floor steps would come up, the living room area. On the back side of this second floor room, this living room area would be Dylan Mortenson's room on the second floor, Vinny. That gives you perspective. And then moving on up, of course, above this camera angle where I am would be the third floor, where Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan would be at that time that car was passing by this home.
Absolutely. I want to show the folks at home some maps, because I know you have some more video to show us. Let's take a look at this map. This is, again, you see the crime scene. Let's zoom in on that crime scene. That's the home. And Shanley keeps talking about Queen Road. So at 4:04 in the morning, there's a fourth time that the suspect vehicle goes down Queen Road and then sort of turns around in front of that apartment complex, 500 Queen Road. Then you see it start to move forward and then stops. And they think it's either attempting to park or make some sort of a maneuver right in front of the car on Queen Road. But then it starts to move again and goes towards the intersection of King and Queen Road, and that's where it makes one of those three-point turns, a K-turn. It turns around in that intersection and then heads back east on Queen Road, again towards the home. Now, Chanley, I know you put together some video showing all of this because this is significant. This is 404. This is when the car makes its final pass, and then it's time to break in.
I'm sorry. This path is like Joe Dirt going to commit this crime. Not somebody that studied SKs, that had questionnaires about what they felt, what mistakes they made. This is like a route that Joe Dirt would have took to go do this crime. Like, you're gonna fucking drive up, turn around right there, then come back around, do another turn, and then come back around. I'm sorry. I just assume this dude is smarter than what they're saying he is. Because they're saying he's stupid as fuck.
And that's where it makes one of those 3-point turns, a K-turn. It turns around in that intersection and then heads back east on Queen Road, again towards the home. Now, Chanley, I know.
I mean, anybody. Like, who does that? What's up, Kelly? Who does that? Who literally, like, you're gonna commit a crime and you're gonna just look at that. Just look at it. To me, that looks like somebody that got lost trying to deliver food. And they got confused because they were like, wait a minute, I'm on Queen Road, but I need King Road. I need 1122 King Road. I'm on fucking Queen Road. What is my GPS telling me? That's like somebody got lost. I know this because when I go on my damn trips, sometimes my GPS doesn't like to tell me the right way, and all of a sudden I'm doing shit like this. That's somebody that got lost. That's not somebody that stalked out the property 12 times. Come on. Stalked out the property 12 times. But you're like Joe Dirt going to park the car.
Now you put together some video showing all of this because this is significant. This is 404. This is when the car makes its final pass, and then
give me a break.
It's time to break into the home and commit a murder.
Don't either, Katrina.
Exactly. So again, we started at 3:29 a.m. So this is more than 30 minutes later, 3 passes by this home later. This is the 4th time, like you said, 4:04 a.m. again, making its way east on Queen Road one more time. This is the only way into this area. You see the crime scene to the right. He, according to this affidavit, continues on straight past these apartment buildings on the right and would make, it's a very narrow road. As you can see, I've spoke to most of these neighbors that live here on this road, this apartment complex. You would have to go all the way towards the end of this narrow road before you could turn around. It's going to be apartment number 52, according to the affidavit. In this area, this wider circle area where that white Hyundai Elantra turned around, according to this affidavit, and then goes back down the hill west on Queen Road, where he passes the crime scene one more time. It would have been on his left side, his driver's side of the car at that time. And according to the affidavit, that's when he sort of fails to either turn around, attempts to kind of park or turn around there right in front of the home. Remember those tire marks, Vinny, on this road that I'm showing you? They would be about where that red car is in front in this video, where those
the tire marks, right where that red car is. Yeah. In the parking lot that wasn't closed off in the beginning, right? They're the killer's tire marks. They're the killer's tire marks. It wasn't closed off, but it was preserved, sir. It was preserved.
Tire marks were. So he would continue down. He'd pass it after this failed attempt to park or turn around
preserved
in front of the home, and then see the intersection further down where King and Queen meet. He does a 3-point turn there before heading back to this home where, according to this affidavit, committed these murders within about 16 minutes before speeding off at 4:20 a.m. this direction out Valencia Road.
So let me ask you, Chanley, at 4:04, when all this is happening, what we're showing the folks right now, what's going on inside the house?
At 4:04, well, around 4 a.m., according to the affidavit, there's a DoorDash food delivery delivered to the home, and that was ordered by Xana Kernodle, the second floor room. She ordered food. I believe it was like Jack in the...
That's what they just did. What the killer Look, okay. Does this not look like... We're not even going to listen to him, okay? We're not even going to listen to him. Does this not look... Okay? Does this not look like somebody that's freaking lost trying to order food? Don't even... I'm not even going to play what they're talking. Just watch their driving, okay? Damn, I swear I'm on Queen Road, but it says 1122 King. Is there another way to get to King Road? How do you... Hold on a minute. Let me look at my GPS again real quick. Okay, well, it's telling me I'm at the location, but I'm not at the location. Is that it? I don't know, but it's telling me I'm at the location, but I'm not. Shoot, hold on. Let me see if I can go. It must come around. King Road must come around because it's on King Road, 1122. Okay, hold on. Let me see. No, shoot. I can't go anywhere. No, it dead ends. Hold on a minute. No, hold on a minute. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me go back. It's got to be this way. It has to be. Hold on. All right. I don't know. I'm on Queen Road now. I'm on Queen Road, but it says 1122 King Road. Huh? Is that it? But it's Queen Road. I'm looking at the numbers on the house and it says 1122, but I'm on Queen Road. I'm lost, y'all. I don't know. You see what I mean? And when you go back to this, does that not look like somebody that got friggin' lost trying to deliver food? I'm just trying to make it realistic for you guys, you know? Just trying to make it realistic. Just trying to make it realistic. I bet you the DoorDash driver has a white Hyundai Elantra. Or a white car. That can be. Because, you know, we had so many people imposing these vehicles on these vehicles in Linda Lane and all these other videos. Remember? People just throwing a Ford Fusion, Ford Focus, BMW, Mercedes, all sorts of different cars. Subaru, Hyundai, all sorts, right? You have all sorts of people throwing these yes, look at that. Where the two doors meet at the top, that's a Corolla. It's gosh, what they can do. You know what I mean? It's amazing what they can do. They can put all of this shit on a piece of paper, and this dude doesn't even get brought in for questioning, yo. Doesn't even get brought in for questioning. Who says he wasn't the DD? What was his alibi? I was out driving around all night. Who says he wasn't door dashing? Driving around all night. Is that why he shut his phone off? Because he left the house to go do door dashes. He's the one that came to them because maybe he was. And he said, look, I just did a delivery there right around. They already questioned him. They didn't say where. I've always wondered if he was the DD, honestly. Driving around all night, making deliveries. Yeah, but I have two phones. I have two phones. One I do business on, one I don't. There's a phone that I use GPS on and one that I don't. I have two phones. Maybe he had two. Maybe he didn't want his business phone to be tied in with his personal phone. So any of the business stuff that he did was just on the business phone. Maybe he didn't need the personal phone to be on because it was so early in the morning, and who would he need to talk to anyway? I'm just gonna DoorDash, and he was an insomniac, right? Up at late hours. Why wouldn't you DoorDash if you're always up that late? Maybe he saw how successful the GrubTruck was and said, you know what? You know? Things that make you go,
If I look this way, kind of dark this above the private car here, that would be Santa's room on the second floor where her and Ethan were. She's on her TikTok app in that room at 4:12 a.m., Vinny. So we know that's going on at the time. And then there's this gap where this white car's picked up at 4:20 a.m. speeding away. Maybe that's when the tire marks were left right out here in front. And then exiting Valencia Drive, which is a dense neighborhood. You'd have to kind of know where you're going to get out of here that direction.
Great work, Chanley. I mean, we really got a great job by the crew out there in Moscow that's working with you.
Yes.
To really give us an idea. I mean, it's a very small area. You're making all these passes by. You can see all the windows. You know what's lit, what's not lit. And he's in the area for like a half hour. All right, Chanley, I know we're going to speak at the top of next hour. You're going to walk us through the floor plan of the home, and we'll talk about the surviving roommate. But right now, I want to bring back in Jose Orench, retired FBI agent. Jose, we've gone through this. I know you've gone through this affidavit in great detail. Let me ask you about a killer who.
You know what's crazy? I totally forgot this dude was on. He was like, hold on. This is fascinating. And it's been so long since dude was on. I totally forgot he was even on the damn show. You're talking, hold on. You're talking like 12 minutes. Damn.
Who is passing by. He's about to commit quadruple murder. Kind of passes by 3 times. Ooh. Looks like he's about to park, then turns around, comes back again. Does this tell you anything about this guy? Is this a very sophisticated murderer, a first-time murderer? Does it reveal anything when we think about these actions in that half hour leading up to the time that he gets inside that home?
Yeah, that's kind of something that would be left up to FBI profilers to be able to give you a better answer on what the mindset is of someone that's doing these things. Again, my expertise is more in the area of electronic surveillance and forensic evidence.
Gotcha. So if you can give me, we have about a minute left, a little less than a minute.
Damn, Vinny.
Give us sort of the wrap up of what you take away from this affidavit.
You only gave him a minute.
Yeah, so the wrap up, we were up on the owner of the vehicle matching the eyewitness description. With this, they were able to also determine that the suspect had interactions with law enforcement, and that's how they obtained the cell phone, which was crucial because that cell phone number is what they used to obtain the cell site location and the whereabouts.
See right here, he just says it.
Yeah, so the wrap up, we were up on the owner of the vehicle matching the eyewitness description. With this, they were able to also determine that the suspect had interactions with law enforcement, and that's how they obtained the cell phone, which was crucial because that cell phone number is what they used to obtain the cell site location and the whereabouts of the cell phone on the times that it was on, and it matched the vehicle suspect locations. And then the final milestone that I captured from here was the trash cover that they did at the suspect's family, where they were able to obtain DNA that they compared with DNA that was found on an item at the crime scene, and that was the final piece of information that they needed, or they determined that they needed to do their arrest warrant affidavit.
Jose, appreciate your time. So much experience. We'll speak again. Thank you so much.
Pay for them?
Whoa, shit. Damn, Penny. They just cut that out real quick, huh? All right, 1 second.
For University of
That was a good video. Real good video. That was an oldie but goodie. Damn, that had a lot of stuff in it. A lot more than what I thought. Okay. Now, this is one that I wanted to wait for a while because I wanted to wait till the weekend. I don't know if I really believe this, honestly. Vinny had to clock. He just dropped right out, didn't he? I don't know if I really believe this. And I don't know where it's coming from. But this was about the media claiming that BK spilt his red stuff. And everybody was like, ooh, yeah, I don't know. Hey, totally get it. But we're going to check it out tonight. It's Saturday night. It's a late night. And I want to watch this one. So if it is triggering, I'm not sure what's going to be coming up, but I'm just going to go ahead and put the the graphic warning just as a heads up in the top right of the screen, right up there. I would mute it if you will possibly get triggered. Once you see the graphic warning go away in the top right of the screen, you know that you're good to unmute it. I will not be showing the closed captioning. It ain't going to be showing anything graphic. The only thing that's graphic is probably going to be the words. So all you have to do is mute this one. Keep an eye on the graphic content in the top left of the screen. Once it goes away, you're good to unmute. And we're going to check this episode out real quick.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope you're well on this stupendous Saturday. That's right, it's stupendous Saturday, and we have got a little bit, just a smidgen, just a tiny little dose of meat and potatoes as we talk about two separate little things in the Idaho4 case. And they are new things. We have new docs. How amazing is that? I'll tell you what, it isn't as amazing as, not as amazing as you.
And tell me, what do you think about those docs that came out? We're going to go read them again. Well, there's one specific doc that we're going to read again, but I want to see what you guys think. What is Exhibit G?
Because you are absolutely amazing.
What is Exhibit
G? But yes,
G?
we have some new docs, and it is just basically refusal to pause proceedings in the Idaho4 case. No, like we couldn't see that coming a mile off. But what makes me a little bit frustrated about this is because what it seems to me, and let me know down below what you think, is that this entire process has been gauged towards forcing Brian Kohberger's hand. They've forced him into a position where him and his team have no choice but to waiver their right to a speedy trial. And to me, that is tantamount to what you would see in cases such as constructive dismissal in the UK, when someone is forced into a position of perhaps leaving their job because the conditions of that job just mean that they can't operate in it anymore and they have to walk. And that's like this court case. He has been placed in a position where they have had to request information in order for them to do their job, not once, not twice, not 3, 4, 5, or 6, but 7 times. 7 requests for discovery. Now, how can you tell me, Mr. John Judge, how that is right? Now, Mr. John Judge, you need to get your house in order, because what it appears to be is that you are now operating in a manner that is not proper. You know, we spoke about people around this case and the fact that they don't act proper. Let me know down below what you think to that. But talking about people not acting proper, we also have Newsweek, a media outlet that is, well, they've got some breaking news. They've got some breaking news, guys, something that we have not heard before. But it would appear that Brian Kohberger actually spilt his blood inside 1122 King Road. That's correct. Spilt his blood. Check it out. Blood on the knife sheath. Spilt inside the house, spilt inside Madison Mogan's room. Now, I don't really know what to say about that, because basically you could argue, couldn't you? You could argue that if Brian Kohberger did indeed spill his blood inside Madison Mogan's room, then this is indeed a done deal. That is it. That is history. And what are many, many people who read this article going to think when they read it? They are going to think, without a doubt, that this is indeed a done deal. And it's reports like this that are the most damaging, isn't it? You can't make no bones about it. That is absolutely damaging. To say that this guy who has been arrested and charged with this crime actually spilt his blood inside the room with which one of these victims or 2 of these victims were. There isn't no walking away from that, and that is a bold, bold statement to make. And I just wonder where they got that information from. Where did they get the information from that he actually spilt his blood inside that room? Can you let me know down below? Maybe it is a source close to the case. But then you would sort of have to wonder why, I don't know, Ashley Banfield perhaps isn't coming out with it, because she is normally the one who has the close...
Yeah, sources close to the investigation. That came up fucking wrong after wrong after wrong after wrong.
With people close to people inside the case. but it seems like she missed the bus on that one. So yes, let me know down below. More absolute and utter bullshit coming from media in an attempt to completely character assassinate someone who hasn't yet gone to trial, or have they got insider knowledge? And in fact, the fact that Brian Kohberger has indeed now...
No, they just needed to get public opinion swayed guilt before trial, so therefore it's easier to convict somebody when you got fumbaloo evidence.
Seemingly spilt his blood inside 1122 King Road. Has that changed your entire opinion about this case? And are we just simply now waiting for the conclusion that is due, and that is that he did it, he can be lined up against the wall and shot in Idaho, which seems to be what every single person around this case and around media wants to happen, regardless of anything, and they will do and say anything in their power to do to make sure that that happens. Did I say you're amazing? Well, you are. And I hope you have an amazing weekend. And I shall catch you all in the next one.
All right, there's one more video I'm going to get into as well real quick. Where'd my music go? Where'd it go? I don't know about that. It just sounds to me like, I mean, maybe there was, right? I mean, you would have to think it's pretty crazy if there wasn't, you know? And when it came to the shoe print, this is what's really crazy to me, okay? When it came to the shoe print, they didn't even notice the shoe print when they went through there. They came back through there when they had the cool little black light, and that's when they seen the frickin' latent shoe print. They didn't even notice it walking through. What? So he tiptoed? Like, how does that even make sense? They walk by, they don't notice the footprint. They come back through with the cool little black light. Oh, shit. There's a footprint. Makes no damn sense. All right, so we're going to stick on Harsh for a minute. Kind of talking about, you know, Howard Bloom, all this crazy shit that's being claimed. Here's another video talking about that stuff.
Well, how is everyone? I hope you're all well on this stupendous Sunday. That's it, stupendous Sunday. Had we figured something out for Sunday? I don't know. Correct me down below if we'd already sorted something out. But anyway, you look amazing, by the way. You must have had a good weekend.
It wasn't visible. They didn't get it until they got the cool little black light and whoa. Yeah. They didn't see it at first. They had to come back in. Use those special chemicals and the special light in order to see it. Really? That's the one shoe print that you got? Oh. You couldn't do that to a license plate. You couldn't and put a black light up to it and get the license plate out of it. That's why they couldn't get the license plate. It makes sense now.
Weekend, well, you're having a good weekend, because for you it's not quite as over as it is for me, as we're heading into the twilight hours of the weekend, sadly. And it's been a mad one. I shall update some people over the next few days as to what we were doing, but we've got some stuff coming up on the channel. We've got some giveaways, some bits and pieces. I've sent some hoodies out already to people. They know who they are, and I've got some more coming up. But today, what we're just going to be talking about, because I weren't even going to do a video. I thought, do you know what, Harsh? You need a day off. You definitely need a day off.
I need
now,
a day
there's some
off.
people on the platform who probably think I need more than one day off, but those people can kiss my ass. But look, Jennifer Coffindaffer Now,
I like the new Harsh. I like the new Harsh. I like the new Harsh. He's get it off your chest, man. Get it off your chest. Get it off your chest. I like the new Harsh.
this woman, she is
And I feel it, man. I need a damn day off too, but I just can't do it. I want to bust my ass every single day. I just can't do it. I am the only income that comes in the home, so it is truly funded by the show. And I'm able to go out at any location at the drop of a hat as long as my screen don't keep making me disappear. It's all good. Neon hoodie does not mix with background. I'm just saying. I keep fucking disappearing tonight. We'll be going to Delphi next week. Thank you to the community. We'll be going out to Delphi next week. We're going to be covering the court hearing live on location. And I'm going to be having a panel full of other content creators where we're going to be discussing the case. I'm going to be taking everybody on location to the hearing. Other content creators are going to be joining, streaming to their platforms. It's going to be a beautiful day. Thursday. Come hang out Thursday. We'll be up there live on location. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. It's because of you and your support that I'm able to do this full time, and I'm able to do and be at any location at any moment's notice to cover any case. Thank you.
It's FBI, as we know. There is some confusion over what happened. Did she retire? Did she take early retirement? Did she leave because she wanted to do something else? I don't know. Some people keep asking me. I have no fucking idea. If I'm brutally honest, I haven't got any interest. But what I see when I look at Jennifer Coffindaffer is somebody who is, well, you would expect them to be, a shining beacon of what we expect from the likes of the FBI. You listen to what they say, you look at what they do, you listen to kind of their mindset, their thought process, and that then should reflect on, the years that she had inside the FBI. Sometimes you'll have some people who they will leave on bad grounds because they have a difference of opinion, but generally in law enforcement, we do see multiple people who are ex-law enforcement on this platform, and generally they reflect the overall mindset of the establishment by which they come from. You know what I mean? And Jennifer Coffindaffer, you don't do the FBI any favors. Now, recently she was attacking Ryan Upchurch on Twitter, now X. But she was talking about the fact that Brian Goldberger on the mind. We'll get to him in a second. But Ryan Upchurch, she was talking about Ryan Upchurch and the fact that he is facing a defamation lawsuit in the Kylie Rodney case. And look, we all know what happened in the Kylie Rodney case and what happened with Ryan Upchurch. And look, at the end of the day, some people have one thought about it, some people have another thought about it, but ultimately it is what it is, and I'm sure Ryan will deal with it and Kylie Rodney's family will deal with it. That's for them to deal with, and not for us to poke the nose in. We can all have opinions, but Jennifer Coffindaffer, she was turning around and basically saying that all these YouTubers, they should be sort of held accountable for the things they say, and I know who she's talking about when she says stuff like that. But the thing what annoyed me was the fact that she attacked specifically YouTubers when we see multiple platforms, the likes of Twitter, the likes of Rumble, even the likes of there's loads of things, Reddit, every platform, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, all of these channels that have people who put out content could be tarred with the same brush. But that's not the point. My point was, look at Jennifer Coffindaffer and the things that she has said herself. Now, even today, I think the last few hours, she was pushing out the fact that Dateline had done a piece on Brian Koberger. And if you've missed it, go and check it out, because that is the best place to go and get your information on this case. That Dateline piece, you need to go and check that out. And I found myself thinking to myself, this is an ex-law enforcement agent who is basically advising people that the best thing to do in the Brian Koberger case and the Idaho4 case, for those of you who are interested in true justice and the hunt for true justice and making sure that the right person goes down for this crime, and remember that every single person involved in this case, so everybody even on the peripheral of it, they are in a situation where nobody has been proven innocent or guilty of anything. Nothing whatsoever, including Brian Kohberger. But the best thing for you people to do is go and check out a fucking hit piece. And again, Jennifer Coffindaffer, very much like mainstream media, starts talking about this Amazon and the purchasing of this knife situation. And talking about Brian Kohberger and trying to push, because people aren't, she ain't stupid. Jennifer Coffindaffer, in my opinion, may be an arsehole at times, but she is not stupid. And she knows if she says something, if she makes a comment about something, then that is going to get picked up by specific people and a certain type of person, a certain group of person, and then they're going to run with that and believe that Brian Kohberger now purchased this knife from Amazon. Now, I can bet my bollocks to a barn dance that there is no proof whatsoever that connects a knife purchase from Brian Kohberger for the murder weapon in the Idaho4 case. Now, I would bet my bollocks to a barn dance on it. Now, look, I'm not completely arrogant to think that's completely impossible, but I certainly know that at this stage, there is nobody whatsoever outside of that gag order who would know anything of the such. And yes, some people will push it, but what I find frustrating and annoying is when someone like Jennifer Coffindaffer pushes it. And again, I've said this before, I do keep pulling her up, but I pull her up specifically because of her background, where she comes from, when you look at her, what she represents. She represents, in my eyes, the FBI, the establishment, if you like, the very people who are involved in putting the likes of Brian Kohberger.
Right, and she's out there nonstop, spewing all this stuff. We went back a couple nights ago because when I put up this highlight here with the Howard Bloom reaction, right? We were talking about it when the article came out the next couple nights, and I'm sitting there saying, this is like Coffindaffer saying the ID is connected to the frickin' home. The ID that was found in a glove inside a box inside of it. You go to the title on the News Nation video and it says ID, Kohberger, home. Then you listen to it and she goes, I think it's so dangerous. The wordplay that they use is so dangerous, and it's for frickin' clicks. It's for frickin' money. It's so they stay relevant and don't get their ass canned by the next person coming in trying to get the limelight. They're all fucking leeches. All of them. Disgusting.
Kohberger into this situation where he is now facing his life being taken in the event of being found guilty of this crime. And again, look, if he did it, and that can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he did do it, then he deserves everything he gets. But it does make me laugh when we've got people like Jennifer Coffindaffer who are specifically targeting YouTubers. And that would be people like myself who will turn around and say, do you know what, that 8-hour time delay, that stinks. That stinks worse than a baby's diaper. And that is an absolute fact. But because I say it, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm an arsehole. I'm a victim blamer. I'm one of them sort of people who blame people who are victims. And, I'm a piece of shit. I shouldn't be on the platform because of it. But Brian Kohberger, who isn't even been found guilty of anything whatsoever, and we, the public, can see that they are even struggling to obtain the information that he needs in order to obtain a fair trial, is being withheld. Do you know what I mean? All of that sort of stuff, and I'm in the wrong. But they, Jennifer Coffindaffer can keep poking the bear, poking that Brian Kohberger is guilty. He's a guilty man. He's a guilty man. And if you doubt it, if you want information on it, go and check out Dateline. That's the best place to look. No, it's not. I'll tell you where the best place to look at, and that is the official court documentation. That's where you should be looking, not Dateline, not 48 Hours and any of that stuff. Nothing, none of that. And to be honest, if all you are interested in is absolute where we are in this case, not even myself, because I will speculate, I will spitball on this case, I will tell you what I think, and I will talk about the things that I look at, and with my critical mind, I'll be like, that don't sit right with me, and this is what I think. And we can knock heads together, and we can talk about it together. But at the end of the day, everybody talking about it, Jennifer Coffindaffer included, Tyler Feller, everybody, JLR, everybody, anybody who's talking about this case, it's just guesswork at this time. We mixed with our own opinions. All I want you guys to know is over on this channel.
That's why we got to be careful when we say what the hell we're saying. Whether you're Jennifer Coffindaffer, Howard Bloom, Tutti Frutti on you fucking tube, it don't frickin' matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We could talk about all the shit in our inboxes. But then we're doing the same thing as Howard Bloom and Coffindaffer are doing. Talking about shit in our inboxes like it's the damn truth. And that's dangerous. For the dollar bill, you know, I'm fully funded myself here. I would have the incentive to talk crazy ass shit. And I don't even fucking do it. Even with the incentive to try and survive easier, right? Hell no. It ain't me. I ain't doing it.
Well, hello there. How is everyone? I hope you're all well on this fabulous, fabulous Sunday. That's right, baby, it's Sunday. And I've just had Sunday roast dinner. So I thought I would come out because I was asked a question yesterday. And it was...
Oh, Shelley, you'd be mad. You can imagine what I get in my inboxes. Not only the stories that I get, or the information, or the screenshots, or all this other stuff to go along with it. You just got to put a little bit of frickin' thought and ethic into it. It's that simple. Can they be dangerous? Oh, yeah, they can be dangerous, because where do you think you get threats at as well? Same freaking inbox.
It's quite a confronting question, because it was someone who has been watching this case as well, and they'd kind of said, look, at the end of the day, they've got the guy. This seems to be an open and shut case to me. I've looked at it and I think, look, who else could have done it? Surely if there's someone else involved or someone else was a killer, they'd have probably killed before. They'd have killed again. And it is what it is. They've got him. They've got his DNA at the scene. And sometimes, you know, it's that Occam's razor stuff in it. You know, the most simple explanation is usually it. And the most simple explanation in this case is that they've arrested someone because he was driving a white car. There was a white car around the area at the time that they believe, or they're saying this happened. They've got an eyewitness and they've got a sheath with his DNA on scene, on site. And when you say it like that, you could kind of argue that anybody who does think anything different could kind of just be an idiot. They could just be reading too much into it. And that's when you then have to make a decision. Are you willing to potentially be an idiot to question things that do raise questions, or are you of a mindset that it's best to just go with what is the most simplest explanation and overlook everything? Because the question I had was, look, why do you genuinely think that there could be something else other than what it seems to be, and that is that this guy is just an idiot and he went into this house, he'd been stalking him online and done this crime? And I said, I'll tell you what it is, and I'll tell you exactly what it is, because there was a lot of things going on around these students, a lot of things. And we have done what we've done, and we do it with many cases, especially surrounding youngsters, and especially cases that we've seen in the past, like the Michael Vaughan case, Summer Wells to a certain extent, but not as bad as the Michael Vaughan case. And that is that we come up and we pen this term victim blaming, where you can't challenge anything. You can't challenge anything to do with, well, in this case, the victims certainly, because, you know, they paid the ultimate price. They lost their lives. And whatever they did, it does not warrant that. Does not warrant it. And this video isn't about trying to justify or justification of anything about what happened, because it doesn't. They were young, they were stupid, they were naive. And it is what it is. You know, we've all been that age, and some of us have still got that mentality well into our 40s and 50s. But there are undisputedly things that went on around these students that could bring other things into question. There was the Hannah Clary situation, and yes, some people can turn around and say, no, that's done, that's done and dusted, nothing to do with these whatsoever. But then what you're doing is, by saying you're not willing to even look at that or accept that there could have been anything to do with that whatsoever. And it could just simply be that one of this girl's friends believed that she took her own life because she was being bullied by these people, and that went along the line like Chinese whispers, and someone else decided to take revenge out, for instance. Because make no bones about it, this was done for a reason. This crime was done for a reason. And narcotics, even though, and again, I touched on this the other day, Steve Gonsalves coming out and saying we don't mix in those circles, we don't have anything to do with these type of things. The narcotics situation, there is narcotics around these, and around their parents. And we're not talking about getting caught. Someone emailed me and said the exact same as what I was thinking, and that is that we're not talking about parents getting caught for smoking a joint down the park or anything like that. We're talking about distribution level narcotics involvement. That we're talking about people who are involved in this industry that is destroying the lives of people, very similar to the lives that were destroyed in this crime, you know, by a different method certainly, but they're destroying lives. And when you consider that, you always have to consider that when you have got this swirling around on the external, they could spew into it, and there could be repercussions for certain things, whether it's grassing up, whether it's product mishandling, whether it's money mishandling. These things happen, and it's only the naive who do not believe that it does. There's only the naive that don't understand that this narcotics industry is insidious. It's eating its way into society at all levels. And it's things like that that then does lead to things like this, where there is a random attack where people are killed, and they're killed for what reason? Because this crime happened for a reason. And I would be betraying who I am as a person if I turn around and said, you know what, they've said it's Brian Kohberger. Law enforcement have said it's Brian Kohberger. They've said they've caught his car, even though that can't be proven in my eyes. They've caught his car. They've got DNA in there, and yeah, that's a done deal to me. And I'm going to ignore the fact that at least 3 out of 4 of these parents were involved in narcotics. Again, not just getting caught, you know, having the old puff of a joint somewhere, you know, beyond that. And then we've got connections to other people, the Demetrius and, you know, the Emma situation, and them being involved themselves in distribution to a student or an ex-student who then loses his life and they walk free. You know, all these things, you know, and I know we've had Kim, WSU Kim, we've had Dave come out and say different things, but we know that there was a delay in calling 911. We know that excuse isn't going to wash when you take into consideration that there was people around this crime and families around this crime who knew something had happened before that call had been made. And that call hasn't been made public. It's not public. So for it to not be public means that is likely going to be utilised within the case itself. It's going to be protected information. And we know the way in which prosecution has handled this case as well, in terms of holding back information, not giving discovery, and being shady about the DNA situation, and trying to use legal loopholes to try and say why they can't hand over the very information that the defense team needs in order to be able to explain it and to look at it and battle it themselves. Are you willing to just ignore everything and just say that this guy did it? And if that's the mentality that you've got, even at this level, even at this stage, the guy could be guilty. He could be guilty. But for anyone to be sitting here now and say beyond a reasonable doubt he's guilty, and I'm not willing to accept anything whatsoever that there was something else involved, there was someone else involved, and there was a bigger picture, I'll say you're very, very naive. And I know that's a bold statement, and I welcome everybody's opinion. I truly do. And I understand why people have differences of opinion. But what I do hate is when people attack those that are willing to have an open mind and look into the potentials of other things having happened in this case. And I wish that more people would stop condemning people at the drop of a hat and open their eyes and look about some of the other things that was going on. Let me know down below. Have you got your eyes wide open? Or are you closed off? Catch you all in the next one. You're amazing, amazing people. Forgot, didn't I, at the beginning? You are looking amazing, by the way. And I'll catch you all tomorrow.
You're right. Nothing but straight facts. This is why I shared this tweet. Because this is the kind of shit that goes on when you're just trying to talk facts. I'll share this. Swords and Scale was the page that offered this on Twitter. It's a perfect picture. Perfect picture. All right, so we're going to get into a couple small videos here. And then we were talking about Emma and Dee a couple days ago. I think we'll end up doing an episode here at some point. We're going to get into some body cams tonight as well. But I want to know if you guys... There was a... you guys had mentioned a friend had came on Truth and Transparency show. A friend of Emma and Dee. So if you guys want to listen to that, what's up, Unravel? Let's see. Yoli Unravel, I sent a panel invite. If either of you would like to hop up, you're more than welcome. So if you guys would like to listen to that conversation that they had, let me know. Yeah. I sent a link to Unravel and Yoli through email if you guys wanted to. But we're going to play a couple videos here real quick. These are a couple things that I've collected over the last week or so. Channels that we watch sometimes here and there. And then we're going to get into the other stuff here. Just a little segment showing some little videos from different channels. This one's from Get a Clue. And I will share their page there. Shout out to them. This is talking about suspect vehicle 1. Now, it's going to be using the Linda Lane footage. Like I've always said, I don't necessarily trust the audio on the Linda Lane footage. But I definitely trust the video. So we'll see. We'll see what it does.
I'm going to drop a quick video here, not long at all. Just want to discuss something that's been on my mind lately.
Just want to say I appreciate Get a Clue, their hard work, their efforts. And there we go. Yes. I watched their videos. They're about the truth. They're about justice. They're about respect. They're about everything that it should be. Is about the victims, right? Not this crazy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Not this crazy ass shit. We could all talk about, that's why I'm saying, we could all talk about shit that comes in our inboxes. There's ethics that are involved with this. Do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Do the right thing. Even if it doesn't give you this, do the right thing. Because that is worth more than anything.
Because of some things I've been pondering and, you know, other people have been mentioning, and that is about suspect vehicle 1 captured on numerous videos in Moscow. Not in Pullman, but in Moscow. And I believe these are 2 different vehicles. Maybe even 3 different vehicles at 3 different points in time that they're captured on these videos in both Moscow and Pullman. So I'm specifically talking about Moscow here, and in the King Road neighborhood. And a number of people have been saying, and I even thought so myself, but until I've been thinking really deeply about it recently, that suspect vehicle 1 in Moscow in the King Road neighborhood, as you can see here from the pic to this video, this 4:05:42 from the Linda Lane camera, as you can see where I outlined the bank of windows, I have identified this as suspect vehicle 1. It absolutely is at this time in that back far northeast parking lot of the 500 Queen Road apartments, captured right here, and it absolutely is a white Hyundai Elantra between the years 2011 and 2020. Cannot be identified any more specifically than that. However, we know that the FBI expert, and I believe this as well, initially identified this as a 2011 to 2013, and that was from other camera footage. And I'd submit that other camera
I'm
footage
sorry to hear that.
is probably specifically the 1112 King Road camera. And the reason I say that is I've looked at a screenshot from camera footage from that camera, disseminated by Rathdrum. Thank you, Rathdrum. And from that screenshot, I can tell you I could make out the identification of the Elantra as to what model year range it is. In other words, I could differentiate 2011 to 2013 from 2014 to 2016. There are distinctive features, 2 distinctive features, fog light configuration and the bottom bumper reflector configuration, where you can make that determination. I am convinced 100% that is what the FBI expert used to make his identification. And that is why he identified it as a 2011 to 2013. And therefore, I am convinced that initial identification was correct. There's no way that you could see those distinguishing features and specifically identify this as a 2011 to 2013 and then all of a sudden unsee it. And all of a sudden say, no, I didn't see that. I was wrong. I somehow was wrong. Doesn't work that way, folks. So I'm convinced this is a 2011 to 2013 from the 1112 King Road camera footage. Remember, it passes this 1112 King Road camera, the light bulb camera, numerous times when it was in and out of the neighborhood, both earlier, starting at like 3:25, and then in the neighborhood for a little bit and then back out, and then coming back in again at 4:04 and leaving at 4:20. And even at that time, remember, it comes down and does a 3-point turn, posing for the camera from every angle. So you'd be able to make this determination, folks, or I would. I can tell you right now, I would. I'm 100% confident I would. So consider that then, folks. This is a 2011 to 2013, all right? Not a 2014 to 2016. So it's not the defendant's vehicle. So it's not the defendant. However, some people have submitted, and I have even said myself, maybe it's not this car at all. Maybe this vehicle is not involved at all. I mean, there were other vehicles in the neighborhood that I've isolated per this Linda Lane camera footage. I've isolated the 300 Chrysler circling the 500 Queen Road apartments between 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m. 3 times, same vehicle, white Chrysler 300. And in Gray Hughes' video, where he went to travel to Moscow and was looking at this Linda Lane camera on the side of the building to validate it, He went to the murder house, 1122, and lo and behold, a white Chrysler 300 passed him, and I was like, oh, at that moment, I was like, oh, I was floored, because I thought it was a 300 Chrysler M when I was doing this. I don't know, it might have been about 3 weeks earlier, a month earlier. I was like, I think that's a Chrysler 300M that circled it 3 times between 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m.
300.
All my analysis showed me it was a Chrysler 300M, and then I thought, I wonder if anybody there living there has a Chrysler 300M, and I kind of discounted because I thought, these kids aren't going to be driving a 300 Chrysler 300. It's really not a college kid's car. But I'll be damned if I saw that footage and that car drove right past him, indicating that somebody may have lived there with the Chrysler 300M, or at least is friends with somebody in that apartment complex that does live there. So I was thinking, well, why couldn't it be that car, or why couldn't it be the Ford Fusion that, was pretty much right behind suspect vehicle 1? But this is why I believe suspect vehicle 1, the 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra, is complicit in this crime. This is why I think it. Because Anne has received all the discovery at this point, and in that discovery, she has listings for, I guess it's about 100 and some, from what I gathered, 100 and some white Hyundai Elantras cobbled together from the area, from Pullman and from Pullman and from Moscow. And it's the listings of 2011 to 2013. Okay? And if someone, remember when they put out to the public, if anybody knows of this 2011 to 2013, please come forward and let us know. We need to speak with these people. And we gathered from that I gathered from that nobody came forward to submit that it was their vehicle.
Right.
And so a rebuttal to that would be, well, maybe somebody did and they just didn't say. Well, if that was the case, Anne would know that. Anne would know that, right? So this person, if they came forward, would have come forward and said, yes, that was me. I was there that night. You had all their information. Anne would know that. And it would be game over then. I mean, it'd be the end of the case. Right? That'd be the end of the case. If you don't have this part, all along they were thinking this is the defendant in part, and in large part because they believe this is his vehicle, and that's gone. Remember the 3 legs of the tripod? Okay, they have the cell phone pings, and allegedly the cell phone being turned off. They have the knife sheath with his DNA on it, and they have the vehicle surveillance. Okay, so if you take one of those legs out, the whole thing comes crashing down. So I submit Anne doesn't have that. So I submit then that no one ever came forward about the 2011 to 2013. And think about that. Everybody had to know about this at this point. So
Thank you, Nicole.
This 2011, 2013, and I do believe that's suspect vehicle 1. It's a 2011, 2013. The occupant and or occupants of that vehicle did not come forward. Now, why would they not come forward if they were not complicit? So therefore, I submit that suspect vehicle 1 is complicit in some way in this massacre. And Anne, I submit to you, if you don't want to be charged with ineffectiveness of counsel, and the defendant's family, if they're listening to this right now, you should implore Anne and her defense team to be doing this. You need to go through the listing of those 2011 to 2013s and get your own listings as well, and do it within a, 50-mile square radius of Moscow. Gather all the white Hyundai Elantras 2011 to 2013 within a 50-mile square radius of Moscow, and go out and touch every single one of those. Verify and validate every single one of those. I've said this before, and I strongly feel you're going to come across one that is no longer in the person's possession that's supposed to own it, and they don't have a valid verification of why they no longer have the vehicle. In other words, the vehicle is now missing under mysterious circumstances, and they can't explain it. And I submit, when you find that, you're going to start breaking things wide open here. So if you don't do this, Anne, and you keep ignoring me, you haven't paid attention to me, I'm not even bothering with you anymore. And I don't want to hear from people any longer that, oh, she's busy and she can't respond to anybody. Yes, you can. You can respond by saying thanks. Got it. That happens in other police departments. People that submit tips. Okay, she hasn't done that, and yet I'm hearing someone told me in the comment section that Lana Oriani is apparently in contact with her. So now we heard Sleuthie is, and now we hear Lana Oriani is. So I'm sorry, Anne, but this is great advice. And if you don't want to be slapped with ineffectiveness of counsel down the road, then it behooves you to be doing this right now if you're not doing it. And people don't tell me that she's doing it. You don't know what she's doing. There's sloppy work out there all over the place, all across the country, all right? Don't think that everything's being done that should be done. Many times it's not. So I'm pointing it out, and it should be done. Hunt down this 2011 to 2013. It's out there, or is it? And if it's not, that's just as good as it being out there, because then that means that somebody disposed of it. If they can't verify how they got rid of it, and it's a mystery, then that person needs to be investigated. And this, I believe, is how you can start cracking this case wide open. And remember, folks, the FBI agent submitted his identification to the Moscow Police Department and Brett Payne around Thanksgiving, maybe a little bit before. We don't know the exact timing, but we do know that the bolo was put out on November 25th to all the local regional law enforcement. And that bolo, get this, folks, after the FBI agent identifying it as a 2011 to 2013 and Payne is in possession of that identification, the bolo does not indicate 2011 to 2013. And instead, it indicates just a white Hyundai Elantra. Now, why would you do that? Why would you not say 2011 to 13? Why would you waste regional law enforcement's time casting such a wide net for so many Elantras when you have an FBI expert's identification specifically as a 2011 to 2013, which is going to be a much smaller number, and you're going to stand a much better chance
Yoli?
of honing in on
Are you able to hop
the owner
up,
of this
Yoli?
vehicle much quicker. And instead, it's just white Hyundai Elantra. That's a huge question, and Ann needs to ask this and get to the bottom of it. Why did you not indicate 2011 to 2013 on the bolo? See where I'm going with this, folks? You read between the lines. I submit that this 2011 2013 no longer exists, or it's a burnt out husk of a vehicle right now.
Interesting.
I submit that I believe this vehicle at this point has been destroyed.
Burnt out husk.
And so now it's a matter of finding who owned that vehicle before it went mysteriously missing. Anyway.
Interesting.
Let me know what you think. Till next time, take care, everybody. Bye.
That's interesting as hell. Oh, hold on. Let me... That was pretty interesting. What's up, Unravel? That was interesting. Let me share the... Oh, you're good. Let me share the link with you guys if you want to save it to your playlist. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It came across this is only 9 hours. Excuse me. It's only 9 hours old. Yeah. Things that make you go, That was a good video. Shout out, Get a Clue. The original timeline and original car year is more accurate to me. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too, the original timeline. That's why, I don't know. I still feel like the timeline was 3 a.m., somewhere around there. So what's up? What's up with this? Here, let me turn this down a little bit. What's up with this tripod stuff? I saw you talking about it in chat. I don't... What tripod? What's the tripod?
Well, I remember hearing when it first came out that some students were doing some kind of, I don't know what they were doing, some study thing, and they had a tripod out there by the house. And in the morning, after they found out, or I'm not sure when, but this girl ran out there and grabbed it, and they gave it to the police. There was texts with them saying that they did.
So you think that recorded what?
I don't
The
know what it
sound?
recorded.
Oh,
Well, it could have recorded a lot.
so what did you send me?
Just now?
Yeah.
That was what I think
I see
they
like
got
4
out
minutes.
of what they took out of I'm thinking, I'm not sure where they got
Okay.
it. In Pennsylvania. Did you read it? Yeah.
There we go. So this is, oh yeah, we read this in
Yeah, it says something
Yeah,
about
we read this in-
syringes and diamond shoes and the diamond pattern soles.
pattern. Syringes.
Yeah, up at the top it says drugs, medication, substance, prescriptions.
Oh, like for like diabetes or something, or what? Medication
for
prescriptions related.
It says prescription
Oh,
and drugs.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Prescriptions or otherwise bottles, labels, syringes. So medical drugs, prescription or otherwise. Okay, prescription or otherwise. Syringes, something, and other items associated with medications, drugs. So it just covers everything, whether it's subscribed or not. The VIN number.
Stuff they took out of the vehicle.
Let's see here.
At the very top, it said knife and sheaths and
okay.
Other weapons.
And then you have a zoomed in one.
Yeah, that was kind of just pointing out the syringe and the diamond pattern shoes or soles.
There's that. All right. And okay, so this is the whole paper then. All right, 1 second here. Okay. So this is the actual paper, a copy of it. So all of these other ones were zoomed in. This one is here. Let me remove us real quick so you can see the whole document. Give me one moment. All right, there we go. Okay, and this is here. Let me get rid of these other ones here. All right, so this is the warrant and what they got from the home in PA.
I just sent you stuff about the DoorDash driver too.
All right. So go ahead and take some screenshots. I will scroll it here in a second. So here's one. And I'll put this in the doc drop too after the show. Here's another one if you want to take another screenshot. And there'll be one more after this. All right. And then what else did you send me?
This is just pieces of the I don't know, the stuff that sticks out to me. For the DoorDash, the stuff they took from the DoorDash person.
Okay. Let me see here.
I should say company. What they took from the company, I think that's how it went. Or the DoorDash person.
Open. All right. So let me scroll down. Oh, there's just a teeny bit more. Does it show? Yes, it does. All right. Okay, to any peace officer. Located in or upon the following described premises. DoorDash.
I kept that bottom part in so you knew, or that
Right.
that's what it's for.
All communications between drivers and purchasers, a full description of vehicles used, name and identification of the driver, purchases and or transaction, date and time of deliveries, date and time of sales. Wow. From January 1st of 2022 up until the crimes.
Yep.
So it says, Lawrence Mowry, having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation on November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. To include. Okay, then this one. Let's see, disclose the identity of a confidential source. What do you think Exhibit G is, Unravel? Did you read the documents?
Yeah.
What's up, Dana? Thank you.
My
I don't
mind's
think it was a cover.
I've been jumping around a lot, like with the Watts case too. So,
I can reread the documents if anybody hasn't read them yet. I can read them again. It's only like a page.
for the G.
Yeah, Exhibit G.
All right.
There's just 3 documents that came out yesterday. I want to see what you think, because you have this. You've been the one out of a lot of people. You've been the one that always felt, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to speak for you, but you've always thought there was a co-defendant, confidential source type individual. And when these documents came out yesterday, I was like, I mean, you can go watch the show, anybody, if you don't. I read the documents and I was just like, whoa, this is telling me that this is, it might not be necessarily a co-defendant, but I definitely think it's a confidential source that needs protected, and it's not one we think it is. because I can give you the argument why I don't think it's not anybody we know. It's somebody that they know that knows. Exculpatory.
I'm really okay. So, yeah, I don't know how to explain that. I know someone knows something because of the posts that were posted before he got caught. They knew.
What?
Someone knew something. I don't know when they knew, but someone knew something.
What do you mean? The Papa Rogers stuff?
Before?
What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean? The Papa Rogers stuff?
Oh, no.
What do you mean?
There was an anonymous post, and they were posting a couple things, and it was before BK. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they posted a really horrible thing. I can send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me, because
Okay.
I probably read it, but
I think I sent it to you.
is
Yeah.
it something from back in like December? Early December, mid-December?
It was like November 23rd, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That soon, huh?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that, okay. Because I remember hearing stuff early December from a lot of different things, but crazy
Hold
shit
on.
too. It's like, geez, the shit they were saying, like, damn, that shit is like movie shit. Movie shit.
Super creepy.
Yeah. Let's see here. So the December 25th, wait, it looks like I got pictures of Koberger's traffic stop and then something above it from Christmas of 2022. What's up, Niners Go? Got home late that night and saw a dark SUV. Always did, Yoli. Always did. What'd you guys think of yeah, I can read these real quick. Is that what you wanted to hear? What'd you guys think of I didn't get to hear it yet. What'd you guys think of Truth and Transparency show with the Coffee Chief Fry episode? Did you get to watch it all, Unwrap?
I did not.
No, I didn't either.
What do you mean by coffee?
I think she was going into Chief Fry or something. Not that she had I don't know. I didn't watch it, but the thumbnail looked interesting. You know, she's always making great thumbnails.
Right.
It looked interesting. I was just wondering if anybody had watched it or whatever.
I wonder what it's about.
So what's the stuff with the Koberger? What's the thing above that? Idaho victim Maddie Mogan's grieving dad claims unaliver made a mistake at scene which will lead to their capture.
Yeah, just a post I found. I'm trying to find that. And then I gave you the car thing with, you know how I told you about the flaw in the taillight?
Oh, yeah, I can see it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What does the flaw mean? And the thing underneath of it, California Casualty General?
That's his insurance company. I think it's out of Colorado, but I'm not positive. His insurance, I was thinking, like, you know how he stopped in Colorado? I was wondering if he's like paying his insurance or something.
Oh, well, they went out of the way because of weather. Because I remember we were getting crazy weather at the same time, because a lot of the country was actually going through some crazy ass weather at that time, and that's why it sticks out to me, because I remember we were going through some shit too, and the shit that was coming from them was coming to us, and so I kind of had to watch that storm that was coming our way. Now I had heard that's why they kind of went the roundabout ways, because they didn't want to travel
I think we talked
through
about
the
this because the shovel.
yeah, and it makes me wonder, is that why he had his dad come out there? Because maybe he didn't think his car was gonna make it back, and so he wanted his dad to ride with him in case something did happen. He wasn't making the trip that far by himself, and maybe went a roundabout way, not only for the weather, but because he didn't want to tear his vehicle up going through the different elevations. Because I'm telling you right now, I went through the different elevations plenty of times the last couple months, up and down the Appalachians, and that shit ain't no joke. I can't imagine what it is out there in the West Coast when you're going into Montana and Utah and Colorado and Idaho and all that. So I don't think it was for any other reason than that. TNT was awesome. She found missing rugs. Kinsman, bright coffee. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, it was a cool thumbnail. I was like, damn, we'll have to check that out some night when we're hanging out. Let me see here. Let me read these documents for you real quick. I want to see what you think. Let's see here. All right. So this is the first one. I'm going to read you three, okay, Unravel? The first one is the defendant's eighth supplemental request for discovery. When have you heard of it needing to be done 8 times, right? Please take notice that the undersigned, pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rules, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, and Article 1, 1, 2, 3, 17 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho, requests discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by defendant. The aforementioned Constitution provides provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and materials outlined in Exhibit G. So the information, the evidence, and materials outlined in Exhibit G. Exhibit G. Now, Exhibit G comes now Brian C. Koberger by and through his attorney Ann C. Taylor, public defender, hereby moves the court for an order to file Exhibit G of defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery under seal. The defense through Ann Taylor, Koberger through Ann Taylor, is asking the court for an order to file Exhibit G under seal to acquire the information that they're seeking for in the 8th supplemental request. Now, the documents contain facts. Exhibit G. The documents contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals. It is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial. Disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And then the next document right after that, the judge says, delivered. Boom. Granted. Previous document, prosecution, no objection. What do you think Exhibit G is? That is documents that contain facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of the individual and constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy.
Well,
And there's nothing that came out of these? Whatever.
the tripod?
Shit. I'm looking at this like, damn. What the hell is that? The tripod. What do you mean, the tripod?
Because that would be an invasion of personal. Especially if it was somewhere where it's catching people.
That is true, Lola. Needs to drop the hammer at some time because, I don't know. We have difference of opinions, but what do you mean this tripod? Explain this tripod to me. What is this tripod?
If it's like a like a homework survey or experiment, like they put it out for some student experiment or something. I really don't know. Like it was
Like
a student.
But what is it? Like a
camera.
A camera? So
Yeah.
So who put it out there? What do you mean?
Students.
The students. Who?
A
The
student.
people that live there? The people that live there? Or-
No, that's why it would be an invasion of privacy.
So where is that the camera that supposedly people think is in the back of the property?
Yeah.
Is that the one? By the light pole?
I really don't know where it was at.
Because I
know
remember
that
a long
it
time
was
ago.
like someone had it posted, it was live or something. This is the talk that was said. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that this is the stuff I was reading, that someone had it up in the morning or that day or morning. The person ran out there and grabbed it and took it to the police.
So what were they trying to?
I don't know what they're doing.
What would be the purpose of having a camera out there? You think people would be down with them being surveilled from outside their property? I don't think anybody.
I don't think they would be down for it. No, that's why it's an invasion.
So like somebody put a camera in the back trees?
I don't know where they put it. And I think this is where the whole naked man came about too.
Okay, give me a scenario of like.
Okay, like how?
I'm confused.
Why? Like some students from Idaho, the college, was, I guess, surveying. I don't know how you would other put it, but for whatever reason they were doing it, they must have had a reason. Or if it's the people I think it is, they go around asking people questions, and they do a lot of surveys.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
You think it was them? I know what YouTube channel you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go around asking people questions or, trying to have fun or whatever. You think they?
Yeah.
So what? They were trying to like.
I don't know what they're trying. I mean,
like peeping Tom through a video?
I don't think that's what that was. I think it was more like a survey or like I don't know. Maybe to see how many cars came through. Who knows? I really don't know. They do educational stuff. Whatever.
Yeah, I was in the show typically unique. I was in the show on panel with them, and we were looking for the pole, but we never saw the camera. I was on panel in that show. We never saw the camera. That's why that's why when you were talking about it, I remembered talk about it, but we never. And that pole is like right next to where you would park a vehicle. It's not even down in the trees or anything. It's back up on the hill before it even dips down in the back. I'll be taking you guys out there too here soon. I'm going to be going on location in Moscow here soon. Pullman, Moscow, surrounding areas. Is it a female ran behind this? Yeah, is there a picture of this tripod? That's a good. Yeah, there was a tripod. Yeah, we couldn't find it. I was on the panel when we did that show. Could not find it. Trust me, there's a lot of places I'm going to be looking at that we didn't get to look at or explore. I already have it up here, what I'm doing. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't show this picture.
Okay, so this is what a Reddit post. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The movie thing. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a movie. What's up, Moonlight? And then the picture underneath that, who is that supposed to be? Type in private chat or in the Discord message what you have circled and who that's supposed to be.
Okay.
Because I think I have an idea who that is. Just put it in Discord. Let me know. Yeah, that moon was cool, was it not? Did you guys get to see it? Thank you, Good Vibes. Hey, hey, hey. Another membership month. Appreciate you. That's what I thought, Unravel. I put it in Discord. What do you what's circled on that? Thank you so much. I do not believe it wasn't BK, Katrina. I don't think it was BK. I haven't thought it was BK for a long time. If I think it's anybody, I think it's an LE. Is what I think Papa Rogers is. What do you guys think about that? I thought Papa Rogers was an LE.
Well, someone was saying they thought it was Indian, whatever, harsh.
Enan?
I don't know.
Enan?
Well,
Enan?
yes.
Enan?
That's what someone else was saying, but I don't know. Because the way they were talking.
I don't know.
Because how he used his words.
Okay, but if so, this is what doesn't make sense to me, right? He already moved away from the community, correct? If he really did this or was involved in it, do you really think he's going to move back up there? Hell no, he's not moving back up there. He already skedaddled out of there. Obviously, if he was involved in some way, he got out of it because he skedaddled and they weren't going after him anymore, right? Why would he come back up to the area if he was involved? Thank you for the sub, Jim.
I wouldn't say I personally think he was just toying, like playing around, like if it was him.
Yeah, but man, Papa Rogers, creepy shit creepy shit. Inside Looking, Papa Rogers. They both had some creepy ass shit and some shit that was like some shit you watch on a Simpsons episode, and 2 years later you're like, damn, the Simpsons predicted that. It
Yeah,
was the
I
same kind of
agree.
thing. Like,
It was pretty crazy.
yeah, like Papa and Inside were like, there was a couple small things you were like, whoa, how in the hell would you know that when it came out that it was true? It's like, ooh. That's why I'm saying it had to be somebody that knew
But he
the
lived
facts of
pretty
the
close.
case.
He could
I
have
don't think
heard
he knew that much.
conversations.
Yeah, but those are conversations. The game of telephone, especially with this crime, who you can't imagine. I can't imagine the webs that got spiraled out. When it comes to the facts that, how would somebody know about the sheath? Seriously.
Yeah, that was weird. But
How
did you
would somebody
look at
know
the
about the
post?
sheath?
Look at that picture I sent you about the ending part is what I was about the PA in the woods. And
What,
shithole.
where's that at? Is that
The pink and green one.
okay? I mean, that one has about the. Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna.
No, but the bottom
Yeah, I'm not
sentence.
gonna show that. Yeah, there's other words that I'm not gonna even say. But it says, I'm hiding in the woods in shithole PA. Good luck catching me. Yeah, that was another thing that definitely stuck out to me too. That because that was odd, and then the fact with the sheath, in the sheath as well. There's a couple things like that's why I always thought it had something to do with an LE, XLE, somebody that is friends, a wife, something. There was some kind of connection where somebody knew more details than what was being put out there,
I do, but that's what I'm saying is someone knew something.
Had to. Somebody that was closer.
But they sound mad in that one. Like they're like, and you know what I mean? Like they're definitely pointing him out.
Well, yeah. I mean, they were spazzing because people were telling them that they were wrong, and they were getting upset because it's like you could tell based off of the tone, the words, the responses, they were upset than a motherfucker because people weren't believing what they were telling them. And their responses were like very egotistical. I fucking know it all. I know what I'm talking about. You're completely dead wrong. You stupid da 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 da. Like very, very headstrong, confident in what they're saying, completely repeated what they were saying multiple times over and over. And even when they kept getting pushed where they weren't being believed, they would come out beyond. And that's when you started hearing about it went from here to here to here to here to here. And then all of a sudden you're like, holy shit, like, where is all this coming from? Like stuff that just pops out to you and makes you go, this shit makes sense, or makes you go, something's fishy. Because the same thing happened with the Howard Bloom article. There was little things in here that were like, whoa. And then after it's over, you're like, nah, something just don't make sense. When it came to this Papa Rogers and this Inside Look and shit, you're sitting here reading it. To me, anyway, I'm reading it. And then after things come out, I'm like, damn, somebody knew something. Totally believe somebody knew something.
I don't agree with the Howard Bloom thing. I don't think that should have been put
That
on
was
blast.
a bunch of.
But I do think
Yeah.
from reading some of the documents, I
Why, you think Steve did say that shit?
say what?
What Howard Bloom was stating? Because I think what Howard Bloom did was very dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think that. But I'll send you why I think so. And maybe it's not fully to the fullest, but there is reason why some of it, in my opinion, is.
Well, I believe there was messages and calls being back and forth. Like, but to say that grand jury leaked information to put out, I know if I got information that there was text messages and that was being back and forth between the girls, I know I wouldn't put it
There was
out.
a Brady. What is it called? Brady.
But I'm
Giglio?
sure, right? Brady Giglio, yeah. You think that has something to do with the information getting out?
Yep.
Because that was from the very beginning.
Yep. It would make
What?
sense.
Somebody that's not employed with the PD anymore?
I don't know. For that to be in place, they would have to be.
They would have to be employed
Wouldn't
while
they?
the process goes. Administrative leave, not employed, but underpaid leave. Underpaid leave until it's settled.
Well, they probably dig it. Yeah.
I know there's people that aren't currently employed there right now that were the day that everything went down.
Well, here's this too. Hold on.
I didn't get anything in Discord.
No, I have to find it first, and then I'll send it.
Okay. One that retired, maybe. Sorry, my background don't like neon yellow, I guess. Keeps going. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate it. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way to help. We'll be in Delphi Thursday. We'll be live on location. Court hearing. We'll have a panel. And it's going to be a fun day. Court hearing Thursday for Richard Allen. I don't know. I think Papa and Inside Lurkin were somebody that had knowledge of the investigation, so I don't think it was that person, though. Because I don't think they would know.
It's just a thought. I'm not saying I know or anything like that. I don't know. I just it popped in my head.
Okay. 327 notice of Brady disclosure and request for protective order. Protective order, Judicial Officer Marshall Megan, Brady Giglio material. Petition for appointment of Special Assistant Attorney General. Order appointing Special Assistant Attorney General. Okay. And right there. Yeah. In the very beginning. Oh, shoot. It wasn't showing it. My bad. Hold on. We'll go right here. There we go. $327, $328, 2023. So you think that's when they found out somebody said something to Steve? You think that's what the Brady disclosure is? I thought it was, this is what I thought it was for the Brady Giglio. I thought it had something to do with a certain LE that had been falsifying statements and testimony on a previous case. And
mean,
they
it
were
could be
part
still.
they were part of the PCA. That's just what I thought.
I mean, it still could be. It just with the stat with Howard, this kind of jarred with me.
Well, I'm not saying that there wasn't. I honestly 100% believe that there was some kind of contact between those two individuals inside that freaking property. Damn straight. Do I think that somebody told Steve that the message was, I think I hear somebody being unalived? No, I don't. Because why would somebody tell him that information at the risk of jeopardizing the case when that kind of information doesn't make a damn bit of difference on how it took place, and it doesn't make a damn bit of difference on why it happened, which would be the reasons why anybody would take a chance to give up information that they normally shouldn't, right? I don't see somebody leaking this text message to Steve. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I'm not saying the messages or a message didn't take place. Not saying a call. What I'm saying is I don't think that shit was leaked. I don't think the shit was leaked when it came to a witness. I certainly don't think it was leaked from the grand jury or even LE, because then if they expose that witness at the cost of their career, if they expose that witness, the witness that is supposedly going to help them win their case, I don't think the most corrupt LE individual would give up that one witness's name. I just don't see it. And so when you have people sending you screenshots and messages saying that this took place, this is what was said, this happened, and then you got somebody that's been in the game for 60 years, knows better, because when he started out, he had to vet his shit 3 times for real before he even released or wrote down anything in the newspaper, coming from there. And then all of a sudden you just lose all your thought process out the window, and you're going to sit there and just get sucked into like everybody else, and you want to stay relevant. And so you put out some shit that not only could jeopardize or potentially taint a potential juror member in the future, because they haven't even started picking any yet, and you're also putting the witnesses in jeopardy and in danger, because now all of a sudden people were really questioning the whole 8-hour gap. Now, if it's being reported that there's a text message where they were hearing the shit when the shit was going down, now people are really going to question the 8-hour gap. And that's very dangerous when you have, quote, somebody saying a text message of somebody hearing the crime taking place and then they don't call. Dude, you put that shit at a whole new level when it came to putting their safety in jeopardy. Because people are already mad that they didn't call for 8 hours. People are already flipping and questioning why they didn't call for 8 hours. And now you put it out there that somebody supposedly heard the shit going down. That's not going to elevate any of that. That's going to skyrocket all of those emotions when you have somebody saying that somebody heard somebody say it was going down when it was going down. Because it was all shock phase and all this stuff before. Is that shock phase when you're sitting there texting? I don't know. I think it's dangerous. That's why I don't think that the stuff happened. I don't think the text message. Not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I don't think it got leaked. I don't think the witness got leaked from the grand jury. I just don't see any of it.
But Dana Renee, she said something about an article from the sister way back in the beginning. She says BK and a security guard were hanging out together, found drugs and a knife, was used to cut the D's. I have heard about the security guard, and the thing about that is too, you know that guy that went off on JLR?
Yeah.
Do you remember when that guy was outside, was it the police station, wanting to go give his friend, that was the security guard?
Yeah, the cake.
Yeah, but that was the guy, the security guard.
I mean, I heard about the security card. That was way back in the beginning.
But the guy that went off on JLR, he was giving the cake to the security guard. That's his friend.
Okay. I mean, I think he was using the cake as an excuse to be over there because he seemed like a pest.
Yeah. But
so I think the cake was just a prop.
It could have been, but the whole point is that was the guy.
But okay, so what about the security guard? So they were friends, and they supposedly used the K-bar. I mean, he supposedly had 4 of them, right? They don't even know if the weapon was a K-bar. When have they said the weapon was a K-bar? When? Wouldn't they say it's a K-bar if they knew it was a K-bar? They would say it's a K-bar. No, they just say they found a sheath. They didn't say when any of them are being asked if they know what the weapon was, they don't know. They give you 2 different kinds of descriptions of injuries. One of them, I don't know that a K-bar does those type of injuries. So they never said it was a K-bar. They don't know. They've never found it. They don't know. All they know is there's a sheath. And if you look at the injuries that's described, sure, one of them can be caused by a K-bar, a machete, numerous things. Other ones, not so much. Stuff that's flat, not sharp. I think there's different weapons. That's why I think there was another autopsy that was placed, because I think the shit was shoddy in the first place and they needed to go back and re-examine it in a different way with a different approach, because even though they were being told, I think they were like, no, something don't make sense about this one. And you know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And you know why I'm talking about it. And you know that the object that we're talking about is not a sharp object. It's a blunt object. That's why I think there's certain things that are still in custody of LE that we saw in the body cam videos that were chilling in the basement, and there was a couple sets. And there's still one that wasn't returned. And I think that's part of it. didn't have to go upstairs? Does that mean the person maybe came through the front door?
If they came through the front door,
Grabbed the club and went upstairs? They didn't have to? They went there for something else?
I don't
So
know
what do you
though,
think?
because Ethan's sister was it sister-in-law posted something too about the girls.
What do you mean?
Ethan's sister-in-law, I think it was. I'll send that to you.
Okay. Yeah, I think golf club was one of them. I'm wondering what stairs, though. Why didn't you have to go upstairs? It makes me wonder,
Oh,
okay, why? Why wouldn't you have to go upstairs, right?
well, I don't know, because didn't they say that someone started upstairs?
I never thought that. I always thought, this is what I thought. I thought the person came in, second floor was first. They went upstairs, waited. I think the timeline was from 3 to 4:25, not 4 to 4:25. I think it was 3 to 4:25. More than one person. I think the person that's coming in to help, maybe somebody that ran late because of some fumbaloo. Don't worry, I'm here to help. I think it was the other person that was late.
This one isn't it, but this one still is interesting.
All right, let me see. The Ethan's family speaks out, or the case summary? Which one? Case summary or Ethan's family speaks out?
Ethan's brother.
Okay. Ethan's brother verified. Okay. They don't and won't. The families want a conviction, not an arrest. The police and FBI are not here to please curious minds. They are building a case to make sure whoever did this is convicted and the families get some sort of closure if at all possible. I don't think I ever will. I so badly wish I could just come on here and blurt out everything I know that the public wants to hear, but because I respect my family and Ethan, I will hold on to it until the time is right. Yeah, he probably knows the type of injuries that his brother received, which doesn't go along with the PCA. I mean, and what's this Ethan's brother verified thing? What is this from?
I don't even remember. It was a long while ago.
Yeah, I'm sure they know the types of injuries that Ethan sustained. Just like Steve knows the injuries that Kaylee sustained. I mean, they talk about, even Mama said every line is like a horror movie. And she didn't think she'd ever see those words on an autopsy paper. That's some crazy shit. So they know. They know the injuries involved with their own family member. So I'm sure that the brother knows the types of injuries that his brother received. He just can't say it right now until the trial is over. Why was the second? How would I frickin' know? Maybe they stopped to get a coney dog, Sally. I don't fucking know. How would I know why somebody was late? Damn, a coney dog sounds good on the way. I don't know. Even though a coney dog does sound good, but really, how am I supposed to know? What do you think, Sally? Why do you think they would be late? Damn, a coney dog does sound good. Pizza sounds good. I haven't had pizza, and I keep hearing pizza so many times. Sounds good. I don't know, Susan. Maybe. Yeah, that trail mix, that trail mix, Kelly. Stop for that trail mix. Let me get into a video here real quick. This is kind of what we're talking about here. Come on, YouTube. Okay, this is regarding these golf clubs. This is from Watching the Watchers context. I've never used the channel before. I don't remember seeing anything before. There's a lot of possibilities, Jeremy, for sure. You just got to have information to back it up. It's her darkest hour. Yeah, I got a video with her on Banfield talking about the coroner stuff too. I was going to go into that after this. This is this golf club video I saved for anybody that's interested in that. We're kind of on it. 1 second. Watching the Watchers. And then we're going to get into some of them other small videos real quick. Golf clubs. So this is the GrubTruck. Why do I keep disappearing? Come on. Frickin' thing. It does not like neon yellow. Remember this from the police body cam? The golf clubs, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Okay. You know, I seen this thing came up a while ago too. Where's Zana Idaho4 revealed? Okay, what? I know you were looking into this stuff, Unravel. Do you know what they're talking about when it comes to this
No,
golf club and what Joe's looking at?
I don't know. I know by the golf clubs, there's also a mattress in the background in that room.
Yeah.
And then the next when all the kids were sitting in the road when the officers were there was a mattress. I think it was behind the dumpster.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Laying on the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, by the dumpster that wasn't checked. That got mixed with the neighbor's trash. Yeah, that same dumpster. Yeah, the third dumpster that got away. So there's the golf clubs.
There's the mattress behind it.
Oh, yeah. Yep, you can see it leaning up against the shelf there. So what's on the phone though? Fight Club? Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. What is Joe looking at though? Tell me, everybody. What am I missing here? What is Joe looking at? Because I know people were checking this shit out before and it was some Fight Club, whatever, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, Susan, there was other people talking golf clubs before. Just do your homework. There was more people talking about golf clubs. Yeah, I don't see what... I mean, we went through the Fight Club stuff a long-ass time ago, and I never saw the connection to it. I didn't see anything in the background of the kids in the crowd and all that. No, I mean, hey, they didn't obviously watch the shows that were talking about it before. It's all good. I definitely need to check out this Where is Xana Idaho4 revealed because it came up and other people have mentioned to check it out. But it was with the phone and the GrubTruck stuff. So I don't Let me go to that interview on News Nation. Let me look for this Idaho4 Where's Xana video. We'll get into that here.
That comment from the latest of the do-it-yourself interviews that Moscow police are dropping almost every day, and again, asking and answering their own questions with no reporters allowed, and it's very important to point that out. Earlier, Christy Gonsalves, Kaylee's mother, said in an interview that her family learned about that vehicle at the same time and in the same way that everybody else did, with a press release. The victims' families have long complained about a lack of information.
There's still a golf club. There was 2 sets and only one got returned. That's what I'm saying. Think the phone call was to put BF at the scene? Did the GrubTruck have an online menu that they were looking at? I mean, I'm sure they could go look up the menu. I don't know. I mean, probably when you just type in the business on Google, it has the menu, the hours, Hold on a second. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, we've heard that a long ass time ago. Listen, everybody, I've been covering this case since the case came out. I know all this stuff is taking place. I was around before it took place. I was around when it was taking place. I just didn't see it. That's what I'm saying. I already went through it. I just didn't see it. I didn't see the Fight Club. I didn't see the stuff that people were talking about back then. I didn't see it. That's one of the reasons why I did a deep dive way back then before the one that we did a couple months ago. Because back then, I'm like, where is all this stuff? I got to look. I got to see where this is all at.
Well, you did kind of see it.
I didn't see the... I saw the group. I didn't see a Fight Club or them live streaming the unalivings taking place or some of the other shit that was being put out there. No, I didn't see it.
No, but the GrubTruck guy brought it up about it was just people in their pajamas. He had a red robe on and he was, I don't know, saying something about, is it a fight club or a PJ party? That's all.
Yeah, no, there was people saying, there was even people saying that it was a fight club and they were watching the crime and the unaliving and everything go down.
No.
What? Don't dive? You tried telling me about the pictures. What? What are you talking about?
Information from authorities. And on that front, Mrs. Gonsalves related to NBC a bizarre and disturbing incident involving the coroner, Kathy Mabbitt. She says that she herself has never spoken with this coroner, but that her 17-year-old daughter has. That would be Kaylee's teenage sister. She says the coroner spoke on the phone with the teenager and gave graphic details of how her sister was murdered when asked.
I feel the same way, Debbie. Just because they say the phone was active doesn't mean she was on it. Right, exactly, Brandywine. Where's the proof? Right. I mean, I started my talk show like literally right when this crime took place. And I was like, whoa. I wasn't even a true crime channel. I'm not even really necessary. For the most part, I am. I do different things, interviews, different trips, things like that, different topics. But for the most part, 75-80% is true crime. And this is the case that made it that way. This is the case that when I first heard about it, I'm like, this shit don't make no damn sense. I need to talk about it. It was going to be a talk show about current events and, what you want to talk about. 90% live call-in. We talk about, this is not even the platform that I envisioned when I first started this channel. But this case made me this way. I wasn't digging into shit in cases before any of this took place. I'd watch and sit back and watch, and that'd be about it. I wasn't doing none of the digging or anything. When this case came out, we went from talking about moon missions and freaking firework displays and drones and shit to all of a sudden true crime. Oh my gosh, what the hell? Thanks to the self-unalive situation from Fry. That's what started it. Thank him. The unalive, self-unalive. I'm just like, what? That don't make no damn sense. There's no proof 100% either way. That's why I don't know if he's guilty or not. There's things that point to him being guilty. There's things that point to him being innocent. Because seriously, there's things that point to him like being guilty. Why? It's the stuff that doesn't make sense. Yes, thank you, Lulu. I appreciate that. And why is somebody flagging your comment? Yeah, sorry about that, people. Trolls are in here and they like to flag just general comments and report them for no reason. So it looks like moderators of the show are doing it, in which they're not. So Lulu, you know damn well there's no reason that comment would have been flagged.
I don't even see it.
Yeah, you should. You will. It was supporting the channel. This one that I'm highlighting right now is the one that got flagged by a troll. That's the shitty part. You're dealing with other communities where they have venom and nastiness inside their community, and they like to come over here and do this. They like to do this shit to our community. And when am I ever doing this? You know what I mean? Like, it's whatever. It's to make the mods and look like we're not allowing people to talk, and that's not the case at all. You guys know better. I just have to say it because they like to do this stuff, and I have to remind everybody, hey guys, it's not me, it's them. Like flagging comments, reporting them for no reason. People that get their enjoyment, whatever. I know it didn't, Kelly, but it's stupid. Trolls. And I don't even talk about nobody. It's dumb. All right, so let me get back into this video. This is about how the mom didn't even get to talk, but somehow Olivia did, the sister.
With no reporters allowed, and it's very important to point that out. Earlier, Christy Gonsalves, Kaylee's mother, said in an interview that her family learned about that vehicle at the same time and in the same way that everybody else did, with a press release. The victims' families have long complained about a lack of information from authorities. And on that front, Mrs. Gonsalves related to NBC a bizarre and disturbing incident involving the coroner, Kathy Mabbitt. She says that she herself has never spoken with this coroner, but that her 17-year-old daughter has. That would be Kaylee's teenage sister. She says the coroner spoke on the phone with the teenager and gave graphic details of how her sister was murdered when asked. To help break all of this down, I want to bring in Bobby Chacon. He is a former FBI special agent and expert in criminal investigations. He also happens to be an attorney. Bobby, thank you for being here. So much to go over with you. First, about that issue where the coroner tells a 17-year-old sibling what exactly happened to her sister. That doesn't sound like protocol to me.
No, it's certainly very bad practice. I've never heard that before. Talking to a minor family member, sister of a victim. I mean, that's poor practice. I mean, the all communication should be consolidated. It should be one point of contact with the authorities to the families. They should be updated on a regular basis. And this way, they're not going to 3 or 4 different sources. The coroner's office, and I get it. The coroner's office operates separately than the police department, separately than the prosecutor's office. But they all got to get on the same page, and they've got to put one person in point of contact that can update the families and keep the families in the loop.
Would it be protocol for the coroner to be able to speak to parents if the parents wanted that information? I mean, they're adults.
Yeah, sure. I think that I've heard that happen before. But again, you do it in conjunction with the investigators, because obviously there's stuff maybe in the coroner's reports that you don't want getting out, even to the family,
Yeah.
At least at this point in the investigation. So I think it's always good practice to coordinate between the coroner, the investigators, and the prosecutors that are all on board already, and they all know each other. I'm sure they've all talked at some length together. So I think that it's good practice to be coordinating all of this information together so that you don't get this lack of information or different information, conflicting information going out to the families.
So the other issue Brian was able to break today was that manager of the store said Kaylee and Maddie and her friends were always in the store. He said, I'd just seen them 3 weeks prior to their death. And he said that it was a regular conversation he had about the stalker, that the girls were worried, that Kaylee was worried, that they actually would walk in groups because Kaylee was worried, that she would change her behavior, especially downtown and at that corner club bar, which is the last place they were before the food truck, before coming home and being murdered. And yet the police told us that they'd run every lead they could on the stalker and couldn't corroborate it. But there's Brian, he found a manager who said, I saw these girls all the time. I talked to them all the time.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if they're parsing their words, but I think they probably have a lot of uncorroborated, or what they think is uncorroborated information on stalkers or stalking behavior. It'd be very uncommon for your college-age girls on this kind of campus who are very fun-loving and outgoing not to have the interest of guys that they're not interested in. And so I think that, beyond the 3 victims that are deceased here, they have friends, and it would really shock me if the police didn't have the same information from some of their extended, circle of friends. Because as you said, they've been talking among each other like this. They've been talking to that store manager. It's very conceivable that other friends knew about this behavior and knew about, this person or persons. And the police are, maybe they're running out a bunch of leads that they haven't found a second or a third corroborating source for. But it's my thought that they probably are following this stuff. They just haven't gotten enough of it.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation.
And I think she was talking to a whole bunch of people. And then that last one that we watched, I'm going to play that again too. It's almost like she's told what to say. And she doesn't know shit she should already know. Let's see if I can find it real quick. It's not too far back. There it is.
Kathy, with a C, Mabbott, M-A-B-B.
What's up, Natalie B? Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's
I've
the
been
free
doing
way
it for
to help.
16 years, and I just got reelected for another 4.
So what is it that, or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
Can you walk us through, like, for our viewers, kind of the process between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing their examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So that's what my job is, to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're ruling all 4 deaths homicides?
Yes.
And can you give us an address? Yeah.
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
static.
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder-suicide?
Why not the difference of injuries, right? Just generalized shit. We'll know more. Not sure.
You're ruling all 4 deaths homicides?
Yes.
And can you give us an address?
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
static.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
We'll know more after
You lost count.
autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder-suicide?
No, there are 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post-autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes. It's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results there can often be some a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take if those were relevant to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
And do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them, approximately?
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have like any, like, could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Like, is there any sort of like time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you said the scene was really difficult. I mean, is this something
Right, Bobby?
before?
When does toxicology not matter? When does toxicology not matter in an autopsy? Because what? Right, Katrina? She doesn't. That's why this one's so important, because it's like, yo, let me see. This was November 15th, 2 days later. Okay, 2 days later. She didn't show up until at what, 5 something? 911 was called at 11:58, 11:59. LE didn't show up until 4. She didn't show up. Well, there's no reason to show up yet. Usually the coroners, are they not one of the first people called as well? I remember when we covered the Stephen Smith case, coroner showed up right away. When is it not important?
Go to the scene.
Or I guess, when did you get the call on Sunday?
I got the call just a few minutes after noon that there were 4 homicides, but I didn't go to the scene because of law enforcement doing their investigation first. So I didn't actually go to the scene until about 5 or 5:30.
Thank you, Lulu.
Can you walk us through, like, for our viewers, kind of the process between when police show up and then you guys getting the bodies and doing their examinations?
Sure. Well, law enforcement goes through and looks for any evidence, takes videos and pictures of everything in there, and they'll start talking with people. So I don't really need to be there for that. They can't move the bodies. I mean, the bodies have to stay as they were until the coroner gets there. So that's what my job is, to look at the bodies.
As a coroner, do you guys do the autopsies and all that?
No, we some do if they're an actual medical examiner, but we have forensic pathologists and we contract with Spokane to do that.
So in your experience, what is it that you saw when you showed up?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students.
You're running all 4 deaths, you said?
Yes.
And can you give us a manner?
Sorry, Kimberly. We don't use words like that in chat.
Yeah,
just
what
because
is that all about?
they're triggering words, so that's why I removed the comment. So just as a heads up, please refrain from using triggering words, and if you do, use some asterisks or something to go along with it. We protect this community really strong, and I have a big boot as much as I have a big heart, so please, you're good. Just please keep in mind, this is, we do true crime, and there are a lot of people in here that this is a comfortable place where we can talk true crime and they don't have to think about those words. So that's why I removed that comment. I just wanted to let you know.
I believe that the press release was that they were from a sharp object. So
static.
Yeah, I will know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
do you believe this could be like a murder suicide or?
No, there are 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes. It's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then
Yeah, they won't know more until the press release, right? We won't know more until the press release. That's another thing. Seriously, guys, this video, that's why I'm playing it again. It just kind of goes in line with everything that we're kind of discussing here. Here's a link. Save it to your playlist. Check it out again. I'm sure it's not going to be the last time we watch it. Yeah, wait until the press release.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and well, if you guys want me to, we can watch that Truth and Transparency Tree Fry thing. Just type in chat. Let me know for sure it's what you guys want to watch.
We'll know more after the autopsies tomorrow.
And do you believe this could be like a murder suicide or?
No, there are 4 homicides.
And when it comes to doing the investigation post autopsy, that falls on you, correct?
Yes. It's my job to determine the manner and mechanism of death.
And then I know with toxicology results, there can often be a delay. So do you have any idea how long it could take if this were relevant to get any type of results back on that?
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
And do we know how long between the time of death and when police found them? Approximately?
No, I don't know for sure.
Do we have like any, like, could it have been hours? Could it have been a day? Was it maybe close? Like, is there any sort of like time frame there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you said the scene was really difficult. I mean, is this something you've had to deal with before in Moscow?
Since I've been coroner, there have been at least 2 other multiple homicide scenes that I've been involved in. So.
Would you say this is probably the most gruesome?
No, it's hard to just single it out. It's the only one I've been to where there have been 4 people at one scene. There have been the other ones have had multiple scenes.
And was anybody else injured, like any non-deceased people?
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't necessarily be notified either.
Okay. I didn't know if that was like because the injuries could be similar, but matter to you.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Were the deceased all in close proximity to each other, or were they in different rooms?
I don't know that I can discuss that.
That's my next question too. So. I think, yeah.
Will we be able to get a copy of your report once it's completed? I'm sure.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just call.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. Do you know what the time frame for that would be?
It just depends on how relevant the toxicology report is, but.
Oh, okay.
So
it was like the 4 to 6 weeks.
It could be. Yeah. You're welcome. Yeah.
I got to switch to something real quick. There's some breaking news going on here. There's another shooting. I'm just going to switch to it for a second. State Fair. Yeah, State Fair in Dallas, Texas is being evacuated right now because of a shooting that took place. 2 people as of right now. They're in Texas. There's no audio with this, and this is the only feed that they have going on right now, but I just wanted to get everybody a heads up. And if you didn't get to watch it earlier, we had Typically Unique, her and her husband, on the show. I want to say thank you to them. I'm calling it part 1 because I'm going to have them on the show again, and we're going to be continuing the conversation. What a story. Amazing
they're great
people.
people.
Yeah, definitely go sub and check their channel out. And very good, especially with mental health awareness and kind of their story and what they've gone through and their struggles and their accomplishments. So definitely go check that out. We had them on the show this afternoon. So thank you to them again for hanging out.
I just listened. It was nice.
Yeah, it was a great, I can't wait to have them on again. It was a wonderful conversation. And plenty more interviews to come too. That is going to be part of the show now that I'm doing full time. I will be Thank you, Yoli. I appreciate that. Since I'm full time now, I'll be having a lot more interviews coming out as well. This isn't just a true crime show. This is the Evil CJ show, and we'll be covering different things on. Thank you, Typically Unique. I appreciate you. I'm ready for the art shows to come up, so we'll be having those coming up here soon. Something else that we'll be bringing to the show, the Evil CJ show, was some canvas and drawing shows as well, so that'll be exciting. All right, so this is Truth and Transparency. We'll go ahead and check out this video. This was from, and they do have the suspect in custody, by the way. Okay, so this is the Chief Fry video, Idaho4 Coffee with the Chief. So definitely, let me see here, 1 second. So definitely go show this video some love. Give me 1 second. Here's the link. Save it to your playlist. Hit the thumbs up on it right there. And leave a little comment showing some love, because comments help the videos out too. Let me go here, and I'm going to drop some trophies like I always do. And we'll throw a heart in there too. There we go. All right, so definitely save that to your playlist. Go show some love over on that. Seriously, comments are one of the best things that videos can get help with. It's another free way, just like the thumbs up. A comment on the video totally helps as well. Even if it's some trophies and a heart, it definitely helps push it out there. So shout out to Truth and Transparency. Thank you. And I know it's always great information, great digging, great shows, great productions. Shout out Truth and Transparency. And here we go. We're going to get into this Chief Fry episode.
Like brains, and like if you need a lot of brains, you're going to be in trouble.
All right, again, guys, what is up? Welcome to the Transparency.
Thank you, Bobby J.
Good evening, moderators. It is Friday the 13th, so I hope you guys are doing well. Again, yeah, Friday the 13th. Moderators, hello. Members, hello. Subscribers, hello. At some points, you're going to have an opinion about this video. Make yourself known. Thank you, Lana, for being the legit shizzle. Thank you for telling me that. Appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to jump right into it. Hector is going to get some use this evening. This live is going to be about 45 minutes, just like a Dateline would be, because we're pumping it out. So here you guys go. We are talking about 2016. I'm going to take you guys back to 2016 when Chief Fry was one of 12 candidates to become the next chief of the Moscow Police Department. He was one of 12. Then it got knocked down. He was one of 4. Also, one of those last 4 candidates was Lanier. You guys know Lanier. And then a guy out of Portland. And then a guy out of I think it was New Mexico. So 2016, though, we're going to take you back.
I don't know. I think we all do our.
Where you at, little Hector?
I think we all do our work, Shelley, when it comes to.
All right.
Our sleuthing and our digging and our investigating. Yeah.
Oh, let me show that again. Whoopsies.
Whoopsies. My music's
real
like
quick.
going with the video too really good.
Last time we were here, we talked about
shout out
the
Architect.
Don Daniels, WSU probable cause. They talk about that they were able to get information on Brian Kohlberger because he, filled out something, okay, where he was then asked questions. And I've had this, I think I've shown it before. Let me zoom in. Again, this is just the cadet one. They took down some other ones, but I want to have you guys just look at what ends up happening here at the end when you're at the end of asking and answering all these questions. Right here.
How come the closed captioning is not?
Those are the 3 questions. 1, explain how you intend to deal with the demands of being a college student and working for the WSU Police Corps. 2, please explain a time in your life you had to make a critical decision under stress. How did you handle yourself and what was the overall outcome of that situation? And then number 3 is please discuss your 3 best attributes and how they will help you succeed in the WSU Police Corps. Again, I believe that these are very similar to essay questions that would have been asked to anybody that was involved with the university as far as going to school there. And then at the end of all of them, right here, I hereby release you, your organization, your agents, and other from any liability or damage which may result from furnishing the information requested. So again, they put it in the probable cause that they had obtained some type of, application. And so got that. Again, I just wanted to show you guys that. I wanted to follow up with that. Now, 2016. Roger Lanier. Good old Raj. He was one of the 4 finalists. Him and Fry. He says, I would like to see it where the community notices something, they tell us, and we have an opportunity to head it off before it actually happens. This is what you call, we want snitches. We want informants. That's what that is. And if anybody thinks that it's not, you're crazy. Okay. This is the type of community. The community notices something, they tell us, and we have an opportunity to head it off before it actually happens. Well, what would you call that? Okay. Then Fry. Let me back out. In the same interviewing process to become the chief, Fry says that he wants the department to continue on its current path, which means putting the community first. Fry said he also has plans to establish a program, possibly a routine coffee with the chief session. Okay.
Really?
Are you guys able to see those? Oh, nope. There you go.
Coffee with the chief session.
Again, this is
what?
There's Lanier's. Sorry, I thought that was being shared the whole time. My bad.
What?
Okay, let me take a look here. Show you this because I thought that was still up there. This is the form that you filled out from WSU. Okay. Boom.
I mean, doesn't every officer want that though?
What?
I mean, for someone to tell them something's, I mean,
You would just have them come to your office. Why do you need to fill out an application to have coffee with Fry?
so you can tell them stuff like a crime before it happens. Not many people know
Wouldn't you
that.
just go to his office? Wouldn't you like say,
If-
"Hey, Chief, I want to talk to you"? Wouldn't you like? Because this is what it's like. Look at it like this. Say somebody does need to do that, right? Do you think they want that shit documented? This is documenting it. They don't want that documented. They want to have that shit on the DL. They don't want no documentation of it. They don't want to have to request coffee time with Fry. You want to be able to have a conversation on the side of a highway where one guy's facing this way, the other guy's facing this way, and you're chit-chatting outside your front windows, you know?
I don't know. I think like a better approach would be if you wanted to be like completely anonymous is a number to call because nobody wants to sit in front of someone and you know.
No, this would be. Hold on, let me listen. Maybe I heard it wrong, but I thought you had to like document it.
Yeah, but I mean,
Question.
sitting down with him and telling him a crime that might happen before.
I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's just weird to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I would just assume that they're gonna be like, "Hey, I need to talk to you."
I mean, now a lot of people know ahead of time.
I was in law enforcement for 20 years, and I never wanted to speak with my chief. Right. Right. It's an opportunity for them to bridge the gap so people will feel more comfortable forthcoming with information.
I thought that's the whole point. And I heard, remember in the college students that the underwear deal? Remember when they said, "Oh, we'll be coming to the school and having that sit down like talk with all the girls or whatever"? Do you know what I mean? Like they apparently
but,
go in groups and all huddle together anyway.
But if you're snitching, normally if you're snitching, you don't want to even be seen next to them.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this shit just don't make sense. I'm sorry. This shit
Already
just
an
don't make
uncomfortable
sense.
situation.
This shit just don't make sense. I'm sorry. This whole coffee with the chief is fucking crazy. I mean, what? Oh shit.
Okay. Are you guys able to see those? Oh, nope.
It just don't
There
make
you go. Again, this is.
Oh. Right, Brandywine?
There's Lanier's.
Oh.
Sorry, I thought that was being
I am
shared the whole
too.
time. My
I
bad.
I need some more coffee. I'm low.
Okay, let me.
I've
take
been
a look
sipping on
here,
the
show
same
you
cup
this,
for
'cause
4
I thought that was
hours.
still up there.
I need a refill.
Chief Fry might lure
This is
you
the
in.
form that you fill out
Do what?
from.
Chief Fry,
Do what?
Chief Fry might lure you in.
Oh hell no! Shit. He can't like me. I'm just being honest. The dude can't like me. I mean, I keep referring to the unalive self unalive constantly. I'll have a cup of coffee. That would be interesting, but he ain't gonna talk to me. Shit. He ain't gonna talk to nobody. He'll talk to Creme too. Wouldn't that be crazy though? Sitting down with the chief, having a cup of coffee and a conversation with Chief Fry. He wouldn't talk to me though. Yeah, the same cup for 4. Hey, I'm a trooper. I've been babysitting this damn thing because I usually about 2 hours, 2.5 into the show, I'll get up, make a K cup or two to fill this bad boy back up. But no, I've been so sucked into this show tonight. I was like, I couldn't even pull away for 5 minutes to fill up my coffee cup, but I need to. I really do. Because I got about another hour and a half or so of the show, maybe a little bit longer. So I'm definitely going to need a refill with my K-Cups. That's for damn sure. That would be crazy, though, if Fry would actually sit down and talk with me. But I would... I mean, what am I going to get?
You would.
I couldn't get it. What would I get out of him? Nothing. There's a
you
gag
can't.
order.
You
He
wouldn't
can't
get
say
nothing.
shit. You know what I'm
No.
saying? He can't say shit. So it's like, well, what? You know, I gotta ask you, why'd you come up with unalive self unalive, sir? Like, where'd you come up with that? But he can't answer it.
What is it?
You know, I've always wanted to know how in the hell you came up with unalive self unalive in the very beginning when you said the community didn't have nothing to worry about. I flipped shit. That's what made me talk about this damn case because, like I said, I was talking about moon landings and fucking all sorts of, you know, current events and stuff. It was going to be about a show about the world, you know, just stuff going on in the world. And when it came out and he said it was I came across this case and he said unalive self unalive, that's when I was like, what the fuck?
Wait.
Oh, I need to figure this out. Why in the hell would somebody say somebody unalived and self unalived this? That don't make no damn sense whatsoever.
Who's that?
It was in the very beginning when he said it was an unalive self unalive situation and the community didn't have to worry because it was an isolated event. In the very beginning, very, very beginning.
No, I know, but I don't understand the.
How you come up with that conclusion? That's
No,
why they
say
didn't
the
close
first
the
part
parking lot.
again. A
Well,
self.
I'm saying it because we have to do it that way for YouTube. An
Okay.
unalive, okay, a situation where one person unalived 3 people and self unalived themselves.
Oh. Oh, and
They
okay.
said it was an isolated event and the community didn't have anything to worry about because it was an unalive self unalive situation. That's when all of a sudden the evil CJ show started talking true crime because he was like, that don't make no damn sense, yo. And then all of a sudden I'm talking about these true crime cases, and then this is what the channel's become. It's because of this case. Because of that right there. I've always wondered since the day that I fucking made all this shit, how in the hell does somebody get to the conclusion that unalive self unalive with the way that it took place, the injuries and the weapon that was used? I was like, who when does that ever happen? Something don't make no damn sense. I need to talk about this case. And then we started talking about it. I started digging into it. I started researching. I started all of it. Next thing you know, I'm talking true crime mostly. That's the question I've always wondered, and he couldn't answer. He wouldn't be able to answer that because he couldn't. Because then he would have to talk about facts from the case to explain it. Now, after the trial's over, I would love to sit down and have a one-on-one and discuss all of it. That would be great. Because that's the first question I would ask. And then there'd be a hell of a lot more after that. How does anybody come up to an unalive self-unalive? Seriously. I'm not trying to be graphic, and I don't want to go down that route, and I'm not gonna. But look at the statistical probabilities, the analytics. Look at the analytics. If somebody's gonna unalive and self-unalive, that's not the fucking route. That's not. That's why I've always wondered how. How do you come up with that conclusion? How do you tell the community there's nothing to worry about and it was an isolated event? Now, you backtracked, which you should have, because then you finally realized, no, this shit isn't no unalive, self-unalive. This is a homicide, and this is a crime scene. All right, guys, we need to tape off the parking lot now. Which you should have done, and they did, but damn. What did you lose in the parking lot? You lost as much in the parking lot as you did in the property when it came to evidence and uncontamination. Because how many vehicles were all up in that parking lot when the crimes took place and only the ladder was being used to tape off the home? And they didn't even check that.
Brings me to thinking that there's something else in that house. That makes me think somebody wrote something on the wall or something. Something else happened.
Wrote something on the wall?
Yeah.
Why? And that's why you say the house was targeted, the house or a person?
I don't know. With what you just said, it made me think that there is definitely there. I don't know how to say it without. Here, hold on. Let me write it. I don't know how to say it.
Okay, yeah, write it to me and then I'll figure out the right words to tell them. Because, you know, you don't even test the ladder. You don't even test the little teeny roof above the ladder. You barely had booties on. You don't even get there until 4. So you're basically, that's 12 hours from when the crime took place until you even are there. What else, when there's people that were there being reported speculatively as early as 9-10 a.m. in the morning, and you're telling me that there was people all over for another 6 hours? And then when you do get there, you don't close off the parking lot? So then all of the vehicles coming up and down, in and out, all of the people walking around, who knows who's... Who knows whose tires are making tracks, covering up tracks, doing what? And then you close it off? How in the hell are you supposed to get any kind of evidence? Oh, so... So are you talking, okay, with the red stuff that was on the wall? So are you talking like somebody maybe had wrote something? Okay, is that the wall that's in the living room on the second floor? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know.
Or are you
I'm
talking
just
about another room?
any room. I'm just or on the floor or something. Like something was like kind of a marking.
Okay, well, they first said a person was targeted, then they believed it was the house. So if they did leave a mark, like you're saying, then what mark would it be where they would think somebody thought it was a person, but then changed it to the home?
Well, I
Give me an
remember
example.
they that the well, who was it? Fry, a couple officers, or maybe it was Fry, said person. They targeted a person, but then actually it was the Thomas Thompson or Bill.
Mm-hmm.
He was making sure everybody knew it was the house that was targeted.
Well, they first said
Oh,
a person, then they said it switched to the house.
right. Well, no, I don't know if it switched. I think there was miscommunication.
What are you talking? Because I did see something about who was it that did the Odinism thing? I think it was Drip Drop. Did the Odinism thing with the Idaho4 like they do with the Delphi.
Yeah, the Delphi, I think, was just
Susan brings it up.
splatter.
Are you thinking that's something like that or something?
No,
No.
no. I'm thinking like there has to be something. The way you just explained it made me think this. No, I think with on that tree, I really think it's splatter.
Yeah, with the Delphi, I don't
Yeah.
necessarily. I had Silky and Coach Kev on a few days ago this week when we talked about the Delphi Odinism stuff, and I'm tending to lean towards it was made to look something like that, but not necessarily was that. Left something on the walls or wrote something with the B. That's a good way to put it, though. I mean, it's respectfully written. Something with the B. I totally get you. But no, that's what Unravel's talking about is no, not like a gang sign or something, Shelly. I think it's just
no.
Something that's normally not left at a crime scene, basically. It could just be a wipe. It doesn't even have to be a symbol. It's just no, I don't think they're related.
Wait.
I don't think they're related.
Like
I mean,
even
I've
the
seen
word queen or something.
Huh?
Even like the word queen.
What do you mean? Oh, just queen?
Yeah, just
I don't know. What would make them go from a person to the household then?
I don't think
There's-
they went from one thing to another. I think there was miscommunication.
Miscommunication?
Yeah.
Because Chief wasn't or Fry wasn't there right away?
Something.
Or what?
Yeah.
Like he was told some things to say because he had to
Yeah.
say something because he was the chief, so he was told
And it was
something.
on the spot. Yeah, and he's
Ah.
probably all baffled.
I don't know. I never heard about any kind of symbol or anything. No, I've
No.
heard of like certain swipes or something being on a wall in the second floor living room or something like that. Where there's pictures coming through. Hard to tell if it really is or not. So it's
I'm
one of those-
just thinking of something that would be the house related. Do you know what I mean? Like targeted, like house related.
Well, I mean, we saw what. Did you watch the stuff inside the background of the house? There's a lot of shit, a lot of shady ass shit with that property. Especially who gets mail there and who doesn't. Why would you live in a house and you don't get mail there? Somebody else does. Yeah, there's a lot of. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking. I was always thinking that Kaylee.
Bobby Joe, yes, that was true.
Kaylee dug something up that had to do with the property. I kind of feel like she found something out about the property or something. Or it has to do with that group. You know, the Twitch GrubTruck group and the business dealings that go beyond the GrubTruck stuff. You know, when you're dealing with people that have a lot of power and money,
Okay, just say, wrap your head around. I'm not saying this is completely true. I'm just saying, what if BK really is the one and he was by himself and he's, I don't know, what would he leave or do for them to think that it was the house?
okay, this is what you're going to take all that time to make sure that you don't leave any. And let's be real, the latent shoe print didn't even show up until they used the fucking black light. I didn't see it until then. You're gonna clean up enough where nobody knows how you left. Nobody has a footprint of you other than a footprint that they could barely see. So really, what kind of footprint is that? Oh, that might be a footprint where somebody took somebody's fucking shoe and touched it on the carpet, as far as I'm concerned. That latent? Give me a break. So somebody is cleaning up enough that much where they're going to be able to exit the property without anybody knowing how they exited the property. But they're going to do some kind of...
She's seen him walk. It says in there that I'm just saying, I'm just going by what we're told. She's seen him walk out that way, which doesn't make sense to me because if she's seen him walk out the door and he was supposed to go to the other room.
Towards. This is what I think took place, and this is why I think she didn't know if the dude left or not, okay?
But this is how they confirmed it, though, because that latent footprint.
She walked towards. He walked towards the direction of the kitchen. Didn't say that he left that direction, right? And she said that she saw him walking where she could see him in the front, or the front of the face, okay? So
that door opens that way. It creaks that way.
Watch. I'm going to take you through there, okay? Let's see.
So she would have had to open the door. So the open door would have had to face
this is
Xana's
where
room.
See this door right here? I wish I could get rid of. I wish I could go.
I see it.
Oh shoot! Hold on. There we go. Okay. See this door right here? That's the door that the person would have been having to walk through. Good vibe lights. This is why DM saw eyebrows. The good vibe light signs lit up, okay? When the person's walking through that doorway, their face is illuminated from the good vibe light sign. Look where the good vibe light sign is to where somebody's face would be walking through the doorway. That's why she saw the bushy eyebrows. Now she's saying...
Is that her door?
No, this is the hall. This is the hall. I'm setting up towards there. Okay. So there, this is why I'm saying this is before you get to her door. This is where she sees the bushy eyebrows. This is how she sees the bushy eyebrows because that sign illuminates the face walking through the doorway, so they're able to see bushy eyebrows.
That don't make no
pitch black.
sense.
What do you mean it don't make no sense? How
It
does
would.
that not
He
make
would have to if
What?
because he would be okay. So
Do you know where the door opens up? The door opens up towards that entrance. Hold on, I'll take you to that room.
but I'm saying like you would have to face the light to hit it.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what
Okay.
that person's doing, Unravel.
Okay.
They're okay, look. Better yet. They're coming from the second bedroom. Okay? Coming from Zaina's room, walking through this doorway. Okay?
Oh. Okay.
The good vibe light sign is the same height as somebody's face. They're walking through the doorway. The light from the good
Yeah.
vibe light sign is shining up on their face, reflecting. Then the person that's cracking the door can see the bushy eyebrows because the light is illuminating their face.
Yeah, that
So
makes sense.
what the reason why? Sorry, I guess I got to go to. They changed this thing now. Where's that?
But
This used
see,
to be.
do you remember when those people went in there, the forensic? Do you remember them like stepping over something? Like
Yeah, right here.
yeah,
They were stepping over something right here.
yeah,
And they were linked because there was like a bar table underneath these pictures, and they were kind of like kneeled or,
Yeah.
crouched right here at this location. How in the hell? Okay, I'm going to bring up the plan here. For plan 2. All right. I don't know what happened. Okay. So see how you have the living room right here is what I showed you, okay? See the living room.
Yeah.
See Zaina's room. I showed you guys. Can you see my hand cursor?
Yep.
Okay. So I showed you guys this picture. They're coming down here. So what I'm saying is they're leaving X's room, walking by the bathroom, coming this way. The light illuminates the
Yeah.
right side of their face. See how DM's door gets cracked open?
Yeah.
It cracks open to where she can see where dude is standing, where the good vibe light sign is. That's why she was able to have it slightly cracked to where she could see, but they couldn't. And the reason I don't think that they did was because after you're unaliving 4 people, because I think they knew they lost the sheath, and I think they went to different rooms to try and see if they could find it real quick before they had to leave, before it became too much of a risk. So I believe that he was or she was walking out through here. That's when DM noticed they were walking towards the kitchen, and I think that's where they had some kind of bag where they were able to get rid of whatever they could get rid of, change into whatever they could change into, therefore to be able to leave the scene of the crime without leaving any evidence of how they left the crime. I don't think that they're going to notice that the DM's door is cracked, because after unaliving that many people, you're obviously going to have blood. You're obviously going to be sweating. You're going to have blood, especially if this is all that's exposed, right? Your eyes. You're going to have blood. You're going to have sweat. You're not going to want to wipe your face off, because you do that, you're spreading more in your face, which will make your eyes sting even more. So at that moment in time, you're just trying to look for the sliding glass door that has some kind of a light illuminating through it, because I have a feeling that all they could see was cloudy vision because of the sweat and blood that was collecting on the corner of their eyes that affected their vision. So when they're walking out after committing the crime, they can't necessarily see that DM's door is cracked open because their vision is so cloudy because of what's in their eyes because they couldn't wipe it off. And that's why I think they went to the kitchen, changed, didn't shut the screen door, and that's why DM didn't think that the dude left. That's the only reason why I can think that somebody didn't come out of that frickin' room up there, was because she didn't know if the dude truly did leave or not, because she didn't hear him leave. All she did was see him walk towards the kitchen. She didn't say that he left.
Then how'd she get downstairs? So her room's right there. She would have
Well,
had to
after
run
so many
across
hours.
the living room.
What do you mean run across the living room?
Because
For
I
what?
see to go downstairs.
After a certain point of time, I'm sure she made a run for it. I think she sat in that. It's the only thing I can come up with why somebody would wait that damn long, because to me it was like either you were threatened or you didn't know that they left. And if you're leaving the screen door open, because her door can't crack open to see the kitchen. It can't happen. All she can see is the little doorway from the living room to the, coming by the bedroom to the stairs. That's all she can see. So all she saw was the person walking towards the kitchen. It says walk towards the kitchen. It doesn't say leave, because she didn't hear him leave. And that's the only reason why I could think somebody didn't come out of there right away to go help somebody, was because they didn't know if somebody was going to be sitting against the kitchen counter, sitting there with their arms crossed, holding a knife, waiting for somebody to walk out of that frickin' room. That's the only reason why I think somebody wouldn't be going out there. Now, maybe after a few hours, okay, I need to make a run for it. He's got to be gone by now. I'm hoping he's gone by now. I got to make a run for it. Boom, I dart downstairs. I can see that happen. Yeah, no forced entry. I think that the DoorDash had something to do with it. I mean, come on. It's right around the time the crime took place, and it's an easy way to gain access to the house. I know you don't knock on the door, but who says that somebody isn't going to get a little knock, especially if it was a fake delivery, like some people are saying? I'm sure they got DoorDashes all the time. I'm sure they got DoorDashes all the time. And somebody's like, oh, cool, a DoorDash. I wonder, who's it for? You don't
But
even...
they had a code too. The doors had codes.
Yeah, but
so
the
he
door
would have
was
had to
also
known.
known to be unlocked all the time, too.
Huh? Yeah, well,
The
I'm just saying
door
he
was
might have known the codes. Where
Well, yeah, it could be somebody that's totally connected to them personally, too, They definitely could know the codes. But what I'm saying is I don't think they knew the codes. And I think the DoorDash... Listen, if they made it back home, let's be real. If they made it back home, as it's reported by 1:45 a.m., right? The other roommates. Then you got Kaylee and Maddie showing up at 1:56. Do you think Zaina, who got there at 1:45, or quote, around there, do you think she's placing a frickin' DoorDash order to be delivered at 4 in the morning? No. She might be passed out by the time that DoorDash comes. She's not ordering nothing at 4 in the morning if she got home at 1:45. If anything, she's going to order a DoorDash before she gets home, and then it'll get delivered around when she's home, or maybe 2:30. There's nobody that's going to order a DoorDash at 4 in the morning.
So do you think
Not like that.
someone was using their phones and it wasn't really them?
I think it was. I think the DoorDash was a decoy. I think the DoorDash was either like Kelly says. I think it's like, what if the DoorDash was a way for the person that did the crime to say, yeah, I just did a DoorDash delivery, but I didn't do the damn crime. If somebody thought they were smart enough to get away with it. Yeah, that's why I was there, sir. Because I did a DoorDash. Look, I didn't do it thinking they didn't leave it. Like, listen, they thought it was an unalive cell phone alive. They didn't know where the person exited the property. They obviously didn't know. So the person that committed the crime was like, damn, they don't know shit. So if they're already that confident where they knew, like, who in the hell goes into a crime and you're like, yeah, this is how I can make sure I don't leave evidence, and then it happens, especially with 4 people, the way that the crime scene is being mentioned from the coroner and how messy it was, and you're telling me there's no way somebody took to where the latent footprint had to have a black light pulled out, and that's what like they did that damn good of a job to make sure that nothing was left behind. That damn good of a job to make sure nothing was even left on a victim, left in their room,
That
let
would
alone
be
leaving.
someone would have had to have extra clothes with them.
Something. But I'm saying the DoorDash, it's just too coincidental to have a DoorDash delivery minutes before the crime supposedly took place. It's just way coincidental. The no forced entry, there's a reason there was no forced entry, because they didn't need to, because the delivery, in my opinion, was part of it. Because I'm serious. I'm sure they got DoorDashes all the time. I'm sure they got, watch the GrubTruck, the frickin' food that gets paid for on there. You don't think people are DoorDashing? They're DoorDashing. They're DoorDashing little cakes and sweet things and all sorts of stuff. They're DoorDashing. So it ain't gonna be no thing for any of these college girls to look at, oh shit, here's a DoorDash delivery. Even though you didn't order it, there's 3 other people that are living there, and you're going to see who's the DoorDash for. So you're going to open the door. That's the person's way to get in.
I did hear that the rooms did have locks on the door, or code locks, but I am not positive. I was talking in chat because
yeah, it's News Nation. So I mean, they did mention that.
They did mention it, but I don't know 100%.
Yeah, it's News Nation. DoorDash runs as late. Yeah, they run that late. But what I'm saying is if you're out drinking, you come home at 1:45 a.m. Are you really going to be up? Let's be honest, everybody. Everybody that's been out drinking till 2 a.m, you get home. You're either getting food on the way or you're getting food delivered as soon after you get there. You're not waiting up until 4 o'clock to get a delivery. Come on. You don't know if you're even going to be awake at that point. That's what they reported, yeah. Yeah, you don't even know if they're awake, so. It just, the DoorDash just always made me suspicious. I always felt like somebody was kicking it in the trees in the back. The screen doors, no curtains. You can see everything that's going on in the kitchen, the living room. Who's going upstairs to the 3rd floor? You can see the 3rd floor bedroom windows. From there, you have the whole scope out of the property except for the bottom floor. That's why I think the person was kicking it in the back. The reason I think that they didn't know anything about bedroom 2A that's on the screen is because you already heard DM in her statement that she unlocked the door to peek out. Unlocked the door. The door was locked. Dude probably walked by, checked it as he was walking to either bedroom 2B or bedroom 3A. Did a little jiggle on it real quick, walking by either one. It's locked. Hey, they must be still out. Don't need to worry about it.
I actually think he unplugged those lights too in the back.
The Christmas lights that were hanging?
Yep.
Probably. Especially if you're going to enter and exit that way.
Yeah.
But when you're the
They
door
weren't
being
plugged
left
in.
open. Oh, yeah. Probably. The door being left open just tells me dude left out that way. The fact that they didn't know where they left is telling me that in this kitchen right here, this little cupboard shelf, I think that's where the shit was at to change into different clothes. And then walked out the fucking door and didn't shut it because that's another opportunity to leave DNA. You already opened it to come in. Why are you going to touch it again and give another opportunity to leave DNA when your chance goes from 100? When it goes from 100 to 50 just by you touching it again, your odds drop dramatically from you touching it one more time. Don't need to. You have a bag, change of clothes. You don't touch the door again. You walk the fuck out and you're gone. Now, it worked out to his benefit or whoever's benefit because that made bedroom 2A probably assume that they didn't leave. So that was able to buy this person more time to get out. Can you imagine if the LE would have been called as soon as possible, the amount of tips and information they could have truly got? The kind of work they already could have got started on. Hell, whenever you see the homicides, whatever that show is, 48 hours or whatever, those are the most important hours of an investigation of a homicide. The first 24 especially. And you let 12 burn by. You let 12 burn by. You let 8 go by because nobody was called, and then another 4 get burned by because they didn't show up until after, You're already halfway assed out of your first day. The most crucial. Most crucial.
That's why I think there's more. He had to have said something. There has to be more.
Yeah, that's why none of it makes sense.
Yeah.
That's why the PCA don't make sense to me
That's why
anyway.
they
That's
glued.
why a lot of it just is like doesn't make no damn sense. There's a reason because there's a lot more to it. They're trying to bamboozle us. We're just too damn smart, and we don't give up, and we're not going to let it go. Yeah, there's that ladder. The ladder was there for quite a while. Let me see here. This is like an hour and a half. We've already pushed the show 4.5 already. We'll just go for a little bit longer, and then we'll be back tomorrow night. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow night.
Someone had to bring up,
Huh?
someone had to bring up cannolis.
Oh man, I haven't even ate supper yet. Right now, 45 dim from JIB. 45 minutes.
LB.
Homemade cannolis, yum. Yeah, we'll watch this Coffee with Chief tomorrow night when we get into the true crime episode. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know what happened to this virtual tour. You used to be able to go from one location to the next, and now it's just pictures now. I'm not sure why. Spherical hitting. But yeah, I think that's why their face was lit up.
Yeah, you just made it make sense.
Whether the second bedroom was the last or first, the sheath was misplaced, and I feel like they would have went up and down trying to find it before they took off. And it was so dark, they probably didn't want to alert, any kind of lighting inside a room or anything, They probably didn't want to alert, so they're probably just kind of trying to glance as best as they could, realize they couldn't find it, and by that point it was like, all right, I need to get the hell out of here. While I got the chance, I'll just take my chances. Take the chances. Did the EC family ever get the vehicles? Right? Maybe they ordered. Man, the GrubTruck sounds so good too, that macaroni. Kelly. All right, let me see what else we got. If there's anything breaking going on. There is a couple small videos I kind of wanted to go over before we get done for the evening. Tomorrow, I'll probably be on in the late afternoon, or I'm sorry, early afternoon, late morning. I'm not making any promises about that show, but we will be back tomorrow night at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern for some more true crime. I might get on and do some sports tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. But I might do some true crime too, because there is some other cases I haven't been able to get to. Other cases that I watched. Stephen Smith, Delphi. Maybe I'll do that. I'll do a Stephen Smith Delphi episode tomorrow, and then tomorrow late morning, early afternoon, and then we'll talk some more Idaho4 tomorrow night. I definitely need to talk about some of those other cases. We'll be going to Delphi Thursday for the court hearing. We'll be having a big show for that one. Other content creators hopping up, streaming to their platforms as well. I'll be meeting some other content creators as well. And we'll be covering the Richard Allen court hearing live on location and going to Moscow, Idaho here soon. We'll be going out there for a short period of time, so that's going to be fun too. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I'm getting antsy already. But I got to wait for all this stuff at home to get fixed from all this fire shit. I'm still waiting to hear on certain companies that are supposed to kind of have shit done and knocked out. There's just no communication. So it makes it difficult trying to plan or schedule any of these trips that I have coming up. But Delphi is going to be automatic. It's just a few hours away for Delphi. And so I will be covering that live before the court hearing, hopefully during the court hearing. If I'm not able to have my camera, then I will be live tweeting updates on Twitter for the court hearing. And then I will be going live after or during. But I'm gonna be having Silky Southern Tea, Coach Kev, some other creators that we're gonna be linking up with. So it's gonna be a special time. Definitely check out my if you didn't get to watch it, the episode when I went on location to Delphi last time. We got to go pay respects in person at the grave sites and go to the different spots of interest when it comes to that case. Let me see here. This is the whole thing. We went to CVS. We went to the cemetery where the car supposedly was parked when the crime took place. We took you by the old CVS building. I walked everybody down the path that the girls took. I showed you where they were dropped off. I showed you the bench on where they think somebody was scoping it out. I showed you the path they took to the bridge. I took you on the bridge. That was a very interesting visit because everything seems so huge when you're looking at it on the maps and the Google and all that other stuff. But when you're there in person, so much more smaller than you can even imagine. Did you ever cover that case much, Unravel? Did you ever talk about Delphi much?
That one was actually the first one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to jump out of that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I get you. Yeah, it's yeah, I hear you because yeah.
Well, I got into I don't know what kind of group it was, but they started, it was, I don't know. I'll send you some things that the group was saying. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like it was real. Like the family was in it and everything.
I just want to say something to Susan real quick. There's the last few nights that you've came in the show, you've said some stuff like that. Am I supposed to take that as a threat, Susan?
Wait, what is it?
No, I'm just saying Susan's came in the last few shows mentioning things about situations, I'll just say. Is that a threat or something? I mean, everybody knows that the kind of work that you're doing, if you're doing what I'm doing, is dangerous. But when somebody keeps mentioning it over and over in a show, multiple shows, it's like, you get the side eye. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know why you keep saying it. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But I know the danger that exists. I don't know. I just don't know why that's being said multiple shows. It doesn't make sense. It's all good though. All right. Let me see if there's anything real quick, and then we'll go ahead and end the show. Yeah. I might hang out. Let's see. I might hang out at the lounge, but I might not. I might just get something to eat real quick and just get some extra rest. And I got some things I got to go do tomorrow morning. And then after all that's done, I will be back probably for a mid-afternoon show. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I understand you're scared for me, but it's the things that I don't know how to put it. It's the way it's being said. It's almost like you know something that I don't or something. You know what I mean? That's how it comes off. So it's like, okay.
Well, it sounds like she was watching Rory before, and it sounds like she was scared for him too.
Well, yeah, I don't talk crazy ass shit, so there's the difference. Truck stop goodies, yes. And I need to get that wind chime when I go back up to Delphi too. I need to get that wind chime. I wish I would have got it last time. I'm definitely getting it this time. Really cool store up there. It's called the Flower Shop. So if you ever go to Delphi, swing by the Flower Shop store. It's a really cool spot. Really cool spot. All right. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything I was going to go over. I'm not seeing anything on the breaking news. We pretty much covered everything except for some of the other stuff that's just going to take longer to go into. And we're already at the 4.5 hour mark. So we put in a lot of work tonight. We'll be getting into it tomorrow. I do. I'm starving. So well, thank you so much for hopping up. Yeah, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too.
And if you're not busy tomorrow, hop back up if you want. I'll be on normal time, 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. Might even go on a little earlier tomorrow since it's Sunday. And then I'm going to try and do a late morning, early afternoon show about some Delphi and Stephen Smith and stuff like that. So thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Hit the like if you haven't yet. It's a free way to help. And we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
guys.
Appreciate you. Thank you.